All right, guys, welcome back to Downtown Rams. As always, I'm Alexis Kraft, joined here with my co host Jake Ellenbogen, and we are coming to you for the 8th annual Downtown Rams NFL Draft live stream. We are so excited to have everybody here. This is our biggest event of the year, Jake. I think it's safe to say this is the event of the year for us. We not only have Rams fans who join us for this every year, but fans of all 32 fan bases. It's crazy. You and I were just talking about how so many people message us saying that they're going to watch the draft stream, and it's great. And for people who follow us, they know that I have been extremely sick this week and very worried that I was not going to be able to talk during this live stream. But guess what, guys? You can hear me, right? Unless there's tech issues. Unless
Well,
there's tech issues. I don't want to jinx it, but at least I have a voice and I'm able to speak, which is just a miracle. I prayed for this. I really did. I've got my sick basket next to me that I posted on Twitter. I have hot tea. I have water. I have cough drops. I am locked in. Jake, it's time. The NFL draft has started. I see it on my TV. I've got it over there. And we are so excited, not just for the Rams pick. Obviously, we're mostly excited for the Rams pick. But we are so excited just to see how this unfolds. I mean, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling stoked. It's not very often the Rams pick this high. It was when we were kids, but now, they're a good football team and they don't normally pick this high in the draft. So I'm very excited about this. I think that there are a lot of opportunities, and I'm really excited to see what they end up doing. They could trade up. They could go after Carnell Tate. They could go after Jordyn Tyson. They could trade all the way up and go after a Jeremiyah Love. So excited for that. But I'm also excited for the rest of the draft. I mean, potentially two quarterbacks will go tonight. Obviously, one that we've known for quite a while. A lot of edge defenders, a lot of receivers. It's going to be an offensive line heavy draft. There's a lot of offensive linemen that are very talented. Vega Ioanu, I think he's going to go top 10 potentially. If not, he's definitely going off the board by 14 with the Ravens. But there's a lot to like, and you don't get this very often. And so, that's why I really enjoy doing this with you. I mean, this is our 8th year doing this. And when I say with you, I'm saying with Alexis. I'm also saying with you guys, because we already have around 500 people here live already, and literally nothing has happened. Nothing, absolutely nothing. So, I'm really excited for it. I feel like the draft really isn't going to start until pick 3. It's going to be so fascinating. What will the Cardinals do? Because I feel like everyone kind of knows that the Jets are going edge. And I think, what's starting to kind of come out is that they're going to go with David Bailey. We'll see. They could, pull a fast one on us and go with Arvell Reese. They could go with somebody different. But the Jets, they typically let things leak, and it's not on
Yeah.
purpose. So I think it's going to be obviously Mendoza 1. We've known that for a while now. I think Bailey 2. And then I think, the draft really starts at pick 3. Arizona is, you could basically say they're on the clock at this point. But yeah,
Yeah. I agree. I think Arizona's on the clock. I think Arizona holds all the cards right now, right? I mean, I think the first two picks are a lock. You wonder what Arizona's going to do. To me, I think it's a no-brainer. And listen, I'm as big of a Jeremiyah Love fan as anybody. He goes to Notre Dame. I'm a Notre Dame fan. He is from my hometown of St. Louis, much like Kyron Williams, right? I love Jeremiyah Love. I unfortunately think that he's going to be an Arizona Cardinal tonight. I could be wrong. I just think if you're the Arizona Cardinals, there's no way that you could pass up on Jeremiyah Love. But reports have come out that they're open to trading pick number 3, especially because, if they pass on 3 or they pass on Jeremiyah Love, everybody thinks the Titans will be interested in him at number 4. So Arizona really holds all the cards. I think Arizona has an opportunity, if they decide that they're comfortable passing on Jeremiyah Love, to really shake things up. And it could really mess up a lot of people's big boards. It can really throw a wrench in the draft. And I'm excited to see what they do. Trust me, I would love a situation where Jeremiyah Love doesn't become an Arizona Cardinal. I would love that world, that Jeremiyah Love doesn't end up in the NFC West, unless it's on my team. Jake, which is
Yes.
also a possibility, that we've talked about and that the internet's talking about. And some talking heads today talked about how the Rams could be interested in trading up for Jeremiyah Love. So we'll see. I think the Rams, and I think that you're on the same page as me with this. This is an all or nothing year for the Rams. This is Super Bowl or bust. That's what last year was, right? I mean, that was how they felt the year was going to go, and they were so close to securing a ticket and they just missed it. So now Matthew Stafford comes back. You need to revamp that offense. I personally think that they're going to target a receiver, but I wouldn't be shocked if Jeremiah go tight end. I mean,
I'm not really sure what's going on with you, but I mean, it's not a Downtown Rams stream if there's not technical difficulties. It's so obnoxious
Really?
because you're speaking, and it was right after you jinxed this. This is on you. You said, "Yeah, as long as you can hear me. I don't know if you can hear me," and then literally it just has not stopped since. So I don't know what's going on, but that's so annoying.
Oh man. Should I
You could
should I
try
leave?
it. You want to? I mean, if you want to try it, all right. Well, for now, we wait. She'll be back in just a sec. Yeah, really obnoxious how that whole thing works, but yeah, appreciate everybody being in here. It really does mean a lot. Like I said, the draft hasn't even really started yet, and we have over 600 people. So really cool stuff here. Really excited to see how this thing goes, how it shakes down. Fernando Mendoza, we know, is going number 1, so that's not really up for debate. And there she is. Boom. And while we wait for her to file in here, because it's just the circle of death, the ring of death. I don't know what's going on. Technical difficulties, man. Technical difficulties. Oh, there she is.
Is it on now? Is it working?
Yeah, so
Am I live?
you're a little delayed. Like your video is showing you talk, and then but it is showing now.
Oh no. Oh.
Oh, now it's doing it again.
I
Oh no. I don't know why it would be doing that. In the meantime, Zaylor Swift coming in with the Baja. Thank you for the 2. Rams either trading back or stay and get a tackle. I don't think so. I definitely don't want a tackle. Like, I think there are some good tackles, but I don't know how much better, well, I think Fano is really good, but I don't know how much better, like, somebody like Monroe Freeling is over Ian Archer, the Arizona State tackle. I don't know how much better he is than that guy. I don't know how much better he is than Tiernan. I don't know. I do think they're trading up. I feel confident that they're trading up. I guess we'll see what ends up happening. There's my buddy Tyler Peak. Shout out to Tyler.
Peak.
Now we can hear you. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going
It sounds better, but I don't want to jinx it. Tyler, thank you
Don't-
for the 5. We call that the broccoli.
Thank you, Tyler.
Thank you for the fiber. Look forward to this stream all off season. Let's go. Hoping for a big move by the Rams. You and me both.
Thank you, Tyler.
You and me both. Really do appreciate that.
You and me both.
SoCal coming in. Member of 35 months. Really appreciate you, SoCal. And then CPS 0910, the Alexis Flu Game podcast with the tangerine. Thank you for the tangerine here. Let's go,
Thank
Ramley.
you.
I trust Snead unless he drafts Simpson at 13. See y'all at SoFi for the Super Bowl. Yeah.
Yes.
If he takes Simpson at 13, if they're still at 13, I'll be shocked. But
Yeah.
Simpson would make me upset.
Thank you so much for the super chat. Also, please, guys, let me know if my feed is still bad in the chat.
Yeah, it sounds like it's getting better. So, just
See, it's showing me everything is fine, so that's why I'm confused. It's like it says blazing fast, high speed, 4K, so I'm so confused what's happening.
no idea what just happened. That was supposed to be a ticker.
Jake just
Terrible.
leaked a pic. No, but also Jake, you and I were live for so long on this before. Like we were chatting and totally fine and everything was good, and then we go live and like ghosts. But it sounds like it's getting better now.
It does, yes.
So maybe I just have to. I turned off my TV because I was watching the draft. I'm wondering if there was like interference. But yeah, chat, keep me honest. Tell me if things get bad, and I will just leave and come back and do voodoo magic and witchcraft and call Comcast and scream and do everything I have to do to make it better. So anyways, Jake, it sounds like pick number 1 is in. I don't have the TV on anymore like I normally do because I thought maybe that was the problem. But it sounds like pick number 1 in the NFL draft is
Fernando Mendoza.
Yep, Fernando Mendoza, quarterback out of Indiana. Jake, no surprise here. He is the best quarterback in the draft. I think you and I agree on that. It's been basically a total non-secret that Vegas was going to take Fernando Mendoza, and they were in need of a quarterback. And they didn't only get Mendoza, Jake. They've recently signed Kirk Cousins, who was a guy that we thought the Rams would be interested in. He was a guy the Rams were vocally interested in. And it sounds like they're going to play him over Mendoza to start the season.
Yeah, it's an interesting, tactic. I mean, I thought Kirk Cousins really kind of, rolled along in that game manager role at the end of the year. I mean, the Falcons won 4 games, meaningless games at the end of the year, but it was because, he managed the game well. Defense was getting pressure, all of that. He comes here to the Raiders, and it's like, yeah, you have that, obviously, Ashton Genty, right? But now, with Fernando Mendoza, it's really interesting because if Cousins doesn't get going right away, then I do think, Mendoza's one of those players in this draft. I know it's become very acceptable to just say he's not going to work out. Quarterbacks are heavily scrutinized. I'm telling you now, Fernando Mendoza is absolutely going to work out. I think he is a really good fit for the modern era of the NFL. If you want to look for like a baseline, I think he can be like Jared Goff, point and shoot quarterback. That's kind of how I saw him, but I think he's more mobile. And of course, I mean, you remember the touchdown in the championship game, diving into the end zone. And man, this dude, he's tough as hell. And to be fair, I mean, Jared Goff is tough as hell too. So, he takes a beating. Indiana did not lose a game last year. And a big reason was because Fernando Mendoza. So shout out to him. I hope it works out. I'd like to see the Raiders turn it around, especially after they got totally hosed by the Ravens in that trade. Like, that was insane. So, yeah. Fernando Mendoza is off to Vegas, who will...
Now, Jordan Schultz just posted an eye emoji. And that makes me think that something interesting could potentially be happening at pick number 2. So, for everybody who is watching me and Jake and I both have several different monitors. You can't actually tell as much as I hoped that you'd be able to tell, but I did change my setup and I have a desk in front of me now. And I didn't account for the fact, Jake, I was so excited. I thought people might notice. But then when we actually put it up with the banner and everything, people can't tell. But I have a monitor here. I've got my camera here. I've got an iPad here. And I've got my phone. So I'm looking at stuff. If you see me kind of looking around, it's because I am like trying to get every source that I can to try and get the picks in. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not playing Candy Crush or, Jake's not over there playing Pokemon or...
No, not playing Pokemon on my computer.
The pick is in. The Jets did draft David Bailey.
Ah, there we go.
The defensive end.
He's awesome.
Out of Texas Tech. Jake, do you have any thoughts on David Bailey while we now await the Arizona Cardinals, who are on the clock, or
Yeah,
maybe not.
I mean, look, he's not perfectly refined. He's not, 100% going to be a 20 sack guy or whatever you want to look at it right away, but he is going to give you so much juice off the edge. Very versatile. I mean, I think you just look at the size, it's not going to wow you. But then, you look at the athleticism, you look at the traits, you look at his, moves and everything. I mean, he ran a 4.5 40, which is kind of wild. He is going to play physical. He's going to run through your blocker. And so I really like him. One thing that I've learned throughout the draft process, because I learn every year something new, and I'll tell you right now, when it comes to pass rushers that can win with power, these guys continue to translate. And the guys that only win with speed, these are the guys that typically bust. So I think it's a great pick by the Jets. You can say what you will about them. You can clown them, but I think this is a great selection by them. Makes a lot of sense. And I know people are going to say, why not Arvell Reese? I think David Bailey's a sure thing, whereas Arvell Reese, I don't think we know, if he's a sure thing. I think there's some projection there. He might actually be better off as an off-ball linebacker, and everyone's just kind of trying to move him to the edge spot. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on David Bailey? Because that's what I would, say on, that part of it.
That's exactly who I think the Jets should have taken. Like you said, I think he's more of a sure thing over Arvell Reese. He's just a monster. Like his explosion. I feel like he's quick. He's versatile. I see him like compared to Dallas Turner a lot, which I think is like a good comparison. But he's super athletic. Like my notes, like he benches 405, 550 squat. At that bit, but he's so fast for how big he is, and I think that he's going to immediately enhance that Jets defense. But Jake, it looks like the Arizona Cardinals. Oh, maybe not. Never mind.
What did you just get sent-held?
I think no, but it looks like I might know the Cardinals pick, but it's not from a source that I really know. But
okay.
The Arizona Cardinals are on the clock. So in theory, Jake, this is when the NFL draft starts. Like
yes.
This is the team that holds all the cards this year, because the first two picks, as we discussed beforehand, were a lock. The Cardinals, shall they choose, have the ability to absolutely wreck the draft for everybody else. If they want to make a trade, if they want to go out of left field, if they go ahead and take Jeremiyah Love. I mean, I, as a non-biased fan, right, if I'm the Cardinals, I think it's a no-brainer to take Jeremiyah Love. I think it's a no-brainer to try and build your football team taking him. You've got Trey McBride, you've got Marvin Harrison Jr., you've got Michael Wilson. You're maybe potentially still figuring out what you want to do at quarterback. But I think that it's got to be Jeremiyah Love if you're Arizona and you're staying there. Jake, what do you think? Do you agree with that sentiment?
It's got to be Jeremiyah Love. I mean, whether they pick him or whether somebody comes up here and picks him, he's the best player in the draft. And I just think that he's just an absolute game changer. 6 foot, 214, 4.3 speed. But I think with Love, he reminds me of a combination of Todd Gurley and Fred Taylor. The thing that Fred Taylor did so well is that, I mean, he was another freak athlete, but he would never slow down. Like, he could, keep going. And I think that's actually a knock on, Love's game. The two things that concern me the most, his short yardage, very inconsistent. I would that's why, if I was, for instance, with the Rams, they're the trade up here and get him, I would want Kyron Williams to be there for short yardage. Right. And then the other thing would be, he doesn't really have a pace. He doesn't have different speeds. He has one speed, and it makes it kind of difficult on him to have to make, decisions, and he can do it, but it just makes your job a lot harder in doing so. So yeah, Jeremiyah Love is fantastic. I mean, yeah. He's the best player in the draft.
He is the best player in the draft. I think that he'll be generational if he stays healthy. I mean, I'm just being honest with his skill set, his trait. I know that I'm a little bit biased, but I think this is very justified. I think the tape backs it up for him. And I think whoever picks here, whether it's Arizona, somebody trades up, it's got to be Jeremiyah Love. And man, if he's not on the Rams, I don't want him in the NFC West. I don't want to have to root against him twice a year. I don't want to have to play against him. I certainly, I think he's going to elevate whatever offense he's on, and obviously I don't want that to be Arizona. And Jake, it doesn't look like the pick is in yet for Arizona. They could just be being dramatic. They could be fielding calls. We don't know. I just think, if it's not Jeremiyah Love at 3, I think it's going to be him at 4. I don't see a world where Tennessee passes on him. So I think whoever's trying to trade into 3 right now is going to be trying to surpass the Tennessee Titans. And the Cardinals have selected running back Jeremiyah Love.
So they did stay and pick Jeremiyah Love. So a lot of interesting things here, because I mean this is the right decision no matter what. He's fantastic.
Ooh.
And I know it hurts, but he's fantastic,
so
and there were teams trying to trade up. And so I know that there were a lot of rumors about the Titans moving up a spot, the Rams moving up. There were a few teams that were interested. Ultimately, it looks like the Cardinals decided to stay there, pick him at 3, and I think it's the right move. I mean, look, Mike LaFleur, right? We know Mike LaFleur is a big running back guy. So, that happened. I mean, it is what it is, because I know a lot of people were hoping like, okay, maybe, their team could move up and get him. But he's a running back guy, and he was actually a big reason, in my opinion, why the Rams running back room, I thought really improved, like overall. Yeah. And I think a lot of it had to do with, just how they utilize the running backs. But yeah, it is a bummer. I mean, I would have loved to see, Love with the Rams. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to trade up, man. It really is. Things come together, things fall apart. And the Cardinals decided that they were going to stick and pick.
Great pick. Listen, I have been a Jeremiyah Love fan his entire college career. I really think he's going to be incredible. We got to watch him now in our division. We're gonna have to play against him, but I'll be honest. I'll be rooting for his personal success when it's not against the Rams. I think he's a great kid. He's a really, really good guy. Aside from the fact that he's just crazy talented. I mean, it hurts, man. I know Rams fans right now are just it's gonna hurt. But you know what? Arizona made the right call. I think, like we both said, whoever picked right here, you got to go with Jeremiyah Love. He's the best player in the draft, and he's going to elevate that offense even more. So good for the Cardinals. I mean, good for Jeremiyah getting picked 3rd overall. And man, Jake, we're gonna have to watch Jeremiyah Love play our team twice a year. That is gonna sting, but.
It is. It is. It's the right move for Arizona.
Yeah, it's listen, Arizona now has an offense with Jeremiyah Love, Trey McBride, Michael Wilson. I mean, Marvin Harrison, I know the jury's kind of out in him, what's going on. I think he's going to be fine. You got Marvin Harrison Jr. there. I mean, great offense. And there's also rumors that they want to trade into the first for a quarterback, maybe. Like, there might be a lot of changes to that Arizona offense. But Jake, Tennessee is on the clock, and I think it's going to be Sonny Styles.
I'm going to say Arvell Reese here.
That would make a lot of sense. That also would make sense. I do think that Tennessee was definitely hoping that Arizona did something crazy and took like Ty Simpson, and that they could end up with Jeremiyah Love. But I don't know. I think it's going to be Styles or Reese. Man, everybody on Rams Twitter right now. So I'm looking at all your guys' comments, by the way. I can see. Jake, how many people do we have in here right now?
We have over 1,100 people, and Jordyn Schultz actually just tweeted out the Cardinals explored moving down in a major way. Instead, they stick with the uber-talented runner. Yeah, they did. There were teams, like I said, that they were trying to get up there. Arizona decided to hang on to the pick. I'm actually a little surprised, Alexis. I was starting to hear things that they might actually move out of that pick, and they ultimately decided, look, we're going to take the best player in the draft. And I kept saying, Like in all my videos, when I just because this rumor got pretty wild today. Paul Allen from the Vikings, the announcer, he also comes out on the radio and is like, I think the Rams are going to get Jeremiyah Love. And now it spreads like crazy. And so like in my video, I made sure to say, if I was the Cardinals, I'm not trading on this pick. I'm sticking and picking the best player in the draft. I think it's the right move. It's definitely a bummer because I know that there's a lot of Rams fans in here that wanted him, including myself. Definitely sold myself on him because it's just like it's Todd Gurley, Fred Taylor fused. I mean, how could you not want that type of player?
I mean, no. Listen, it's going to not be very fun. Fun going against Jeremiah Love, but it takes more than one guy to make a team, right? The Cardinals still are going to have to put it together, but man, what a weapon they just got.
It is the richest deal for a rookie running back. So,
I mean,
Titans are sticking here. They will pick at 4.
I think they're going to take a linebacker. I don't know. Do they do something crazy and take like a receiver?
I don't see it.
I don't see it.
I'll go Arvell Reese, and I think the saving grace for drafting Reese, especially for somebody like Saleh, is if he doesn't work out as an edge, he can be an off-ball linebacker. I actually think there's a chance we're rushing to put him at edge when he could actually be a better off-ball linebacker than Sonny Styles. So, yeah. I mean, we'll see. I know.
Oh, my God.
What?
The Titans took Carnell Tate.
What?
Oh, my God. That's exactly what I didn't want to happen. Sorry, guys. I'm so sick. I'm sick internally and physically, just for the record. The Tennessee Titans took wide receiver Carnell Tate. That is, if you're a Rams fan, not good. Because what that means, Jake and I wanted Carnell Tate bad. That was personally my number one pick that I wanted, but also this just sets the wide receiver run early. So Jake, what this tells me is this is going to start the wide receiver one, right? So yeah. I think this solidifies the Rams trading back, if I'm being honest, because this is at 4. This is not starting at 8 or 7 where I could see the Rams moving up a few spots to try and grab their guy. Because you got the Giants on the clock now, who I think are going to take a receiver. I think that, you probably see, I'm going to say it's going to be Tyson. But actually, the Giants were really tied to Sonny Styles too. So that could be a possibility, but it also could be a possibility that the Giants now go and take Jordyn Tyson, right? So then that's gonna then you've basically got Makai Lemon. I think that this, Jake, with Love going 3 and Carnell Tate going 4, basically just ensured the Rams trade down. But what do you think?
I mean, I definitely could see them trading down. Because I mean, you're only coming up to go and get somebody that's gonna be a game changer for you. You look at Carnell Tate, he's off the board, best receiver in the draft. Then, of course, you look at the running back, Jeremiyah Love. I don't see the Rams moving up to get a defensive player, personally. I don't see that. I don't know. I mean, right now, if I had to guess.
Are you as sick as I am right now about this? Because I'm devastated.
Yeah, this is, I will say, if you're a Rams fan, and sorry to the people that aren't Rams fans, this is Downtown Rams, of course.
Yeah.
I'm disgusted, honestly.
I'm disgusted.
That is the worst, because remember we said the draft starts at 3, right? That was our whole point. This could not have gone worse. It's awful. It's absolutely terrible to have Love and Tate go off the board 3 and 4, because now Tyson probably comes off the board, and then it kind of, it has a stir. And I mean, in my opinion, the next best offensive player is Omar Cooper Jr. So, I mean, at that point, what?
The Cardinals, the Titans, the dream is dead.
Oh, yeah.
The dream just got murdered back to back. two dreams dead in pick 3 and 4 for the Rams and for us personally. But Jake, my gut tells me with Tate gone at 4, I think that the Giants take Jordyn Tyson next, personally, or Lemon, because if I'm the New York Giants, you've got picks 5 and 10, right? And you know they want a receiver. So I think that you take him here. You don't wait around until pick 10 and hope that Lemon falls or Tyson falls, right? I think you see Tate go 4. I think you take a receiver here. And the Giants have drafted Arvell Reese. I was wrong.
Wait, what?
Thank God. The Giants drafted Arvell Reese.
Oh, the Giants. I thought you said Titans. So I was like really confused there because I'm like,
no,
wait.
I think I said the Giants.
You probably did, but maybe it was just me hoping that it was actually wrong. I don't know.
Nope. The Giants have drafted Arvell Reese. And for people who don't know, because somebody thinks I'm being dramatic when I said the dream is dead, that is an inside joke every year on this channel.
Yes, everything's the dream is dead.
Everything is the dream is dead. So like people make compilations of that. So anytime that there's a pick that hurts us, we say the dream is dead. And at the end of the 3 days, there will just be
I tweeted it out.
Yeah, Jake also tweeted out.
Immediately, I was just like,
the dream is dead. Because it's true. We have all these little draft dreams, Jake, that we foster for the entire off season, and we sell ourselves on them, and we convince ourselves that they'll come true, and then nope. As someone in the chat just said, even in the 5th round, her dreams are dead. That's true. I have an entire weekend of little dreams dying. But Jake, now that the Giants have picked, I'm totally blanking on who's up next. It's the Browns, right?
Yeah.
Ian Rappaport just reported the Browns and the Chiefs have been deep in talks on a trade to send Kansas City the 6th overall pick and Cleveland going back to 9. Watch this in the next few minutes. That means it's going to be Lemon, I think.
Lemon?
Or Tyson. I mean, if the Chiefs are trading up,
I would say, I mean, the Chiefs, it could be Sonny Styles, it could be Ruben Bain.
That's true.
I mean, it could even
Sonny
be
Styles.
Mansour Delane. I mean, they could just be like,
you know what? That's a good point. In my last mock, I did have the Chiefs taking Delane because remember, they got to replace McDuffie. The Chiefs got to get a new corner. And, yep, it's official. The Chiefs have traded up with the Browns to pick number 6. Interesting, guys. I don't know. Knowing the Chiefs and just the Chiefs' DNA, I feel like it would be like Tyson or Lemon, but you're right. Like, I think Styles would make sense for them. I think Delane, though, you look to fill that void in your secondary. You lost McDuffie and Jalen Watson to the Rams, right?
Yeah.
Man, if I'm the Chiefs, I'm taking Delane here.
I mean,
that's a good point. I think that I don't know that you would have had to trade up for him, which is what's interesting. But maybe if they need him that bad, they very well could.
Well, this could be for Tyson.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs' DNA is like, it just seems that they would trade up for like Tyson or Lemon or I don't think it'd be Sadiq because Kelsey's coming back. But I think Tyson makes a lot of sense for the type. Well, I don't know. If it's me and right now I'm the GM for the Chiefs, I'm taking Delane.
Yeah.
I'm not messing around. I'm keeping my secondary somewhat competitive, and I'm filling that void that has been left by losing 2 of my corners. But
I'm going to say they traded up for Ruben Bain.
Interesting. You don't think that Bain's going to fall a little bit because of the off-field stuff? Not that the Chiefs haven't drafted guys like that before. But
every team knew that, and they were pretty much they signed off on it a while ago. So I don't think that's going to have any effect on it. I'm also not as high on Ruben Bain as everyone else. But that's something the Chiefs would do. I would say it's Ruben Bain or it's Jordyn Tyson.
My tea is not as hot as it was earlier, but I'm going to finish it anyway. because my throat is so bad. If anyone's wondering what this is, it's my tea.
We got some supers in here. Daniel Rodriguez with the broccoli. Appreciate you. Pickens with the free agent tag from Dallas. What is his worth in this year's draft if he's moved? I mean, with the tag, you're probably looking at a second rounder. I don't think anybody wants to give up a first rounder and have to also pay him the tag. But it's a really interesting question there. And also keep in mind, you're going to have to pay him. He's not going to play on the tag. So I don't know.
I did hear. Okay, so real quick, the Chiefs did take Mansour Delane.
Oh, okay.
Great pick. That is exactly
he's
what
a really good player. You nailed
best
that.
Corner in the draft. Great pick by them. Jake, I did hear little rumblings that the Rams inquired about Pickens. I don't know how serious it was, but I want everybody who might not know this to know that Pickens can now be traded because he signed that tag. So the timing of this is really interesting, that on draft day, he officially signs his tag, which kind of signals that he might be traded. Not saying it's going to be to the Rams, but there have been several teams that inquired about what it might take to get George Pickens. And you have to wonder, Jake, if now this wide receiver run occurs, if the Rams don't trade up and they really wanted a receiver, if maybe they ponder it. Maybe. I don't think I'd be the biggest fan of that move because of, again, the money.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
But you know, I do find it interesting that the Rams at least did their due diligence on that and inquired about it. Wouldn't be my choice though. I wouldn't be super on board with that. But Jake, this means, I believe at 7 it is the Commanders.
Yes, this is where it gets interesting because this is where I think a lot of people had the Rams trading up in this sense. This is Jordyn Tyson territory. This is where it gets really fascinating because the Giants, I think, are going to take him if he falls to 10. But I don't think they want to move at all. Like, I mean, maybe they trade down if he's not there and that's their whole plan. But, yeah. And then again, like you have guys like, I mean, Sonny Styles, who was just an absolute, beast in the combine. I'm not as high on Styles because I just don't feel like the tape matches up with that. But yeah,
I think that they're going to go defense here. I think the Commanders are going to go defense. I think they've got, I don't think they're in dire need of a wide receiver. I think Ruben Bain or Sonny Styles could be in play for them here. I don't think they'd go corner. I don't know. They could trade. It'd be interesting to see the Rams potentially trade here, for number 7. If the Rams say, oh no, Tate's gone, could the Commanders take a receiver? The Giants are probably going to target one. And it could be. I don't know. A lot hinging on this number 7 pick.
Yeah.
I just feel like knowing Washington, they'll probably just, I don't know, Caleb Downs.
Well, Caleb Downs, I'm actually surprised. Because Arvell Reese fell.
I think that teams are a little weary on Caleb Downs. I'm not saying it's justified. I think that the injury thing is probably a reason that Caleb Downs has fallen. But the Commanders'
he's
pick
so good
isn't in. So could they be fielding calls? I don't think the Giants necessarily trade up, and they're not going to trade with in division anyway. Could another team trade up? We'll see, guys. Everyone's saying, how are you guys so quick with the picks? Witchcraft.
Yeah.
That's how.
It'd be like that.
Witchcraft with a K. Trust.
Adam Schefter just reported the Giants don't intend to trade edge defender Kayvon Thibodeau. So they're going to have a crazy rotation because, well, you know what? I wonder if Reese, remember I was saying off-ball linebacker? I wonder if they actually use Reese as an off-ball linebacker.
I think so. Hey, that Giants team, they got a new coach. They're riding high. They got Jackson Dart. I do think the Giants would have taken Love. I think that was very real. We know that they were very interested in him, but I mean, the Cardinals took him, so I still don't see that the Commanders have picked. Very interesting. I wonder if they would take Lemon.
I could see, well, Lemon, I mean, you got the Dolphins, you got the Commanders, you got the Saints, right? The Browns could be interested.
Well, so the Commanders are up, and then it's the Saints.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's the Browns, because they traded back.
Yes.
And then it's the Giants. And the Giants 100,000% want a receiver at 10. That's not a secret.
It's just weird. Like, why would they let that get out about Jordan Tyson? See, that's what I don't understand.
The Commanders have drafted linebacker Sonny Styles.
That makes sense.
Interesting.
Because you're talking about Dan Quinn, right? Mm-hmm. Linebacker's important for his defense. I get the pick. Bobby Wagner's still a free agent, I believe. He hasn't been signed, so they had a need there. Wagner was really good last year, despite the fact he's getting up there in age. So I think Sonny Styles, they're clearly going to have their linebacker of the future there. I don't think he is a can't miss talent though, like a lot of people. Like I do think there are some things there, to point out. I think he's like a catch tackler. He'll let you, come to him. He's not going to, fight, I don't really see the pursuit that I see from some of those top linebackers in the NFL. I think his biggest thing is he's trying to make sure he is not going to botch a tackle, which, like, look, I respect that. It was a 2.2 missed tackle rate last year, but I don't know. I want my linebacker that I'm spending a high first-round pick on to be able to do a little bit more. So that's just my opinion.
Well,
great athlete, though.
Can't miss talents.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Saints take Caleb Downs. Personally,
I could see it.
So that's my prediction. The Saints are on the clock at number 8. I think they're going to take Caleb Downs. Wouldn't be surprised if they took Tyson. They seem to have found success a little bit in that offense. The new quarterback, and you've got Chris Olave, obviously, and I wouldn't be shocked if maybe they add Tyson in that mix. But I think they're going to take Caleb Downs. I think that makes sense for them. And then after them, remember, is Cleveland, who traded back, and then the Giants. And if Tyson doesn't go 8 or 9, he's going to the Giants at 10. I was just about to say something and I totally blanked, Jake. What the hell? How many people do we have in here right now? I can't see that for some reason because I'm too scared to
no
change
big deal. We're over 1,900 people.
1,900?
I think is that a draft record? I think it is a record, right? I think the most we ever had was 1,400, or am I wrong?
I thought I don't want to say it and then it be wrong and me look like I don't know anything. I thought that on last year we broke 2,000 during one of the Rams games.
You know what? I think you might have been right. When the Rams were on the clock, I think we did break 2,000. So,
but I love that, my dream is just to be like total flu face and drinking tea and sucking on cough drops in front of 2,000 people. That's just what I was. I'm not insecure about that at all. But Jake, number 8, Caleb Downs. That's my prediction. I don't see the picks in yet, but that's just my prediction. Caleb Downs, Jake. I think, and I don't know if you still believe this, but I remember when we were talking maybe a couple months ago, you said there was 2 blue chip prospects to you in this draft.
Yes.
Jeremiyah Love and Caleb Downs. Do you still believe that, or do you think now it's just Jeremiyah Love? I
would actually say there's 3 now. I would say Ioanu is the guy after doing all the research and watching the tape. I think he's special, but that's it. To your point, I said love Caleb Downs, and now Vega Ioanu. So.
And the Saints have drafted wide receiver Jordyn Tyson out of Arizona State.
Oh my God, that's not a good draw for us.
That's not good for the Rams if the Rams want a receiver, because you know what that means. If I'm the Rams and I am like, you know what, under any circumstance, we're drafting a receiver in the first round, I am calling the Cleveland Browns right now, who got a pretty good haul, trading back with the Chiefs. And I am trading to 9 because guess what? The Giants are at number 10 and they need a receiver, right? So do the Rams make the call, Jake, with the Browns? And do the Browns trade back again and the Rams trade up and try to get Lemon? Because if you want a receiver, in my mind, that's what you have to do. However, I think the Rams stay put and trade back and target Sadiq. I think with the way this board has fallen, if you don't want to trade up right now, if you are in your mind are like, I'm not giving up whatever it's going to take, right, to trade to number 9, I think you decide to trade back.
But the official I'll follow that up in a sec. The official trade is the Chiefs traded for pick 6. As we know, the Browns got 9, 74, and 141. That's important because that's a 3-pick trade up in the top 10, and it did not net them a second-round pick. So just to kind of show you how much it's going to cost to trade up, we're now over 2,000, almost 2,100.
Amazing.
So that's awesome.
That is awesome.
But yeah, I think, I mean, personally, I have a higher grade on Omar Cooper Jr. than Mekhi Lemon. I wouldn't mind Mekhi Lemon. I think obviously what he could do in this offense would be fun, but I think it's a little bit redundant. I don't love the functional strength there as a blocker. I've said this. I just don't think you'd be able to keep him on the field in 13 and 12 personnel. I think he would strictly be used in their kind of 11 personnel looks, and I think that kind of limits what he is. That said, you know, he's a really good player after the catch. I just think the better version of him is Omar Cooper Jr., and he just won a national title for a reason. So, yeah, I mean, I actually think it's a smokescreen, but I'm going to be the first one to put my hand up if the Rams end up with Lemon. I'll be the first one to tell you this entire time that, like, I got it wrong. And I have no issue admitting that. But my feeling is that Lemon was a smokescreen all along.
I do think so. My opinion is that he was a smokescreen, but I don't think that the Rams necessarily don't want to take him.
Yeah, just because he's there and he's the highest on their board, they're not going to be like, oh, well, we can't take him. He was a smokescreen.
I like Lemon. I just think based on what you need, I think out of that offense right now is Lemon is kind of like a budget Puka Nacua in a way. I think that the Rams are looking for a different type of receiver to complement Puka and Adams, but Lemon is such a good playmaker that, like, if you are in the first round, right, and you've decided you want a receiver, go ahead and take him. I mean, I would have no issues if the Rams drafted him. I think, though, just my opinion based on what I've heard and the vibes I've gotten, is I do think the Rams really like Sadiq. I think they are infatuated with him.
I've heard that as well, yeah.
And so I think that the Rams could very well stay put at 13 and get their guy, who I believe that's who it is. I think they did want Tate as well and would have traded up potentially. But who knows? I think with the way that the board has fallen, Lemon is the next best receiver available, in my opinion. So they definitely could try and trade up to 9. It doesn't look like the Browns have made the pick yet, so they could certainly be fielding calls for number 9. And then you've got the Giants. I think that your issue right now, if you want a receiver, is the Giants, because they need a receiver pretty bad, and it's been pretty openly reported that they want to take a receiver. And they haven't been shy about saying that either. So if the Browns don't go receiver here...
I did again. It's unreal.
If the Browns don't go receiver here, then you pretty much can lock that the Giants take one. Although, like, who knows? The Giants, you got Harbaugh there now. They could do something real crazy. Maybe they don't. Maybe they, like, take like a defensive lineman again, or like, you know, they just lost Dexter Lawrence, right? What if they do something crazy and take like Christian Miller or something like that, or like keep building that defense, or maybe they go corner. Like, I think that the Giants could do anything. I just think that they want a receiver. I think they need a receiver too. I think it is what it is, but I have not seen the pick come in yet, Jake, for the Browns.
If the Giants, if he lands at Caleb Downs is going at pick 10.
You think the Giants take him?
I do, because at this point, I mean, maybe Mekhi Lemon, but I don't know. I think it'd be Caleb Downs. I think that's the guy that they would have picked at 5 if Arvell Reese didn't fall. And I think they have an idea by now that he can fall into their lap.
I have not seen the pick come in yet, Jake. Oops, that was me accidentally clicking our live stream.
Oh.
Sorry about that, guys.
Jeez, how far behind are you?
No. I was going to share it on my Facebook.
Okay.
Because I saw that you tagged me, and then when I went to share it, sorry about that, guys. Anyways, still waiting on that Cleveland Browns pick. I'll let you guys know when it comes in, but I don't know, Jake.
Gonna be interesting. All right, so let's I wanted to look at that Tyson pick. I thought it was really fascinating. I thought the Saints were a team that could trade down. I also thought the Saints were a team that could take Bain there. You go out, you get Tyler Shuck, a weapon there with Chris Olave. I mean, they had Devon Veal and Jalen Polk. I mean, this is a really good move here. The Browns took Fano, which is exactly where I had him going, and I had him going at pick 9 to the Browns.
So this is
I had
really
the exact trade down.
First offensive lineman off the board goes to the Browns at 9, and it's Fano. Now up at number 10. This to me is going to really, what the Giants do here at 10, Jake, is going to really tell me.
This is Caleb Downs.
I think it's Caleb Downs, or like, I don't know. Christian Miller makes sense to me, to the Giants.
What?
Just knowing Harp.
At 9?
At 10?
Or at 10?
Am I blanking on
Miller?
The number? Hold on. Let me look at my notes.
I mean, maybe you're way higher on him than I am. I see him as a late first, early second guy.
What defensive tackle am I thinking of then? Now you're making me second guess myself. I know I mix up names a lot. Hold on, guys. I'm like a grandma. I don't really know how to work this iPad very quickly. I was telling Jake, Caden McDonald.
Yeah, that's way too early for McDonald, in my opinion. I mean, I don't want to sell you short, you know.
Well, it's just, I'm very curious what the Giants do here, Jake, because I think that, like,
it's
if
Downs.
they don't go receiver.
Yeah, I think it'll be Downs for sure. If it's not
Downs is the best player available. So if
I'll be stunned. I'll absolutely be stunned. The fact they even fell here, they should be running to the podium. We shouldn't have to wait. Which, by the way, the Browns here. So currently, DeJuan Jones is their left tackle, Zion Johnson's their left guard, Elton Jenkins is their center, Tevin Jenkins is their right. They have 2 Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins is the right guard, and Titus Howard they just acquired. He's their right tackle. Fano's going to play left tackle, I think, for them. And it makes sense because Andrew Berry likes like the traits, right? He's a very traitsy oriented general manager. So yeah, I mean, really good athlete. Fano is one of the best tackles in the draft. So I actually, hot take here, and I had a high pick. I had a high grade on Fano. I think his teammate's better. Caleb Lomu. I actually am a big fan of Lomu's game. So I mean, we'll see what ends up happening, but it's a good move by the Browns. You trade down 3 spots and you get the guy that I thought that it would have taken at 6 anyway.
What are you going to do if Downs is available at 13?
Then you take Downs, I think. I mean, they're going to be interested. Giants are sticking and picking. They're going to be interested in Somebody for that dime look, right? Because, I mean, he would just replace Jalen McCullough's role.
Yeah.
And obviously, they would expand on that. But if they don't take downs, that is a mistake. I'm just saying that right now.
Well, they're a few picks away as of right now if they stay at 13. We're waiting to hear what number 10 is for the Giants. Jake, I mean, I feel like the Rams are going to have a lot of options here. I think with the way that this board has fallen, in my mind, I think the two guys that they would have really maybe loved to potentially trade up for would have been Tate or Love, and they both went back to back, right? Early on. So that got out of the way pretty early, and now I think they're in a good spot to trade back if they so wish. I don't think they're trading up at this point. I don't think you're going from 13 to 11 or 12 unless you hear that, like, one of those two teams wants someone that you're absolutely in love with. I think that you wait it out, and I think you stay at 13 and then potentially move back from 13. And honestly, Jake, I wouldn't be shocked at all if the Rams move back at this point. If they can get a good haul. Remember, the Rams don't pick in the 4th and the 5th round.
Yes.
So it would be very interesting if the Rams got an offer of like an additional 2nd round pick and a 4th round pick and a 5th round pick.
Wow.
And
the Giants took Francis Mauigoa.
wow.
Oh, man. Well, Mauigoa is an absolute stud.
Yeah, he's
the best tackle in the draft. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm surprised that the Browns didn't take him. Very, very good pick by the Giants. And they didn't go. Maybe that was their smokescreen, Jake. Maybe all the receiver talk, or maybe they only really wanted Tate, and then Tate went at 4, and that changed the Giants board completely. So up next.
So they were never going to take a wide receiver. That's what I'm taking. That is just how I'm going to, view this. Why would the Giants make it so obvious that they were going to draft Tyson?
Could have been a smokescreen, or they might have thought he was going to be there at 10, and then he wasn't. Maybe
now we know it's really good.
I think he's the best tackle in the draft, and I don't think it's close, personally.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that the board fell the way that it fell and that Fano went in front of him. But, Jake, that means we've got the Dolphins, then the Cowboys, then the Rams. So, Rams fans, we got 2 picks, and then the Rams are on the clock. Jake, the Dolphins. Interesting here, because in my mind, I'm like, they could go down. This seems like a team that would go ahead and take that, right? They could take Lemon. The Dolphins have had kind of an interesting new structure to their receiver room. I mean, they've got one guy we're really familiar with, right?
Yeah.
Atwell. I'm blanking. Who's the other free agent that they just signed?
Yeah, they signed.
Oh, I'm blanking. I've got too many devices here.
I know.
Google it. I'm trying to hold tea in one hand. I'm trying to use my right hand for my phone and my iPad. I can never be an iPad kid. That's what we're establishing tonight, is I don't have the dexterity for it.
That's hilarious. They signed Jalen Tolbert from
you're right. Yes,
the Cowboys.
Tolbert.
I like Tolbert. I mean, I don't think he's amazing, but
no, I don't think Atwell or Tolbert is a reason that I would tell the Dolphins, don't take Lemon. You're going to oversaturate yourself at wide receiver. Lemon could make sense.
So looking at I honestly, Lemon would make sense, except Malik Washington is kind of in that role. So unless you plan on playing Malik Washington on the outside or Lemon on the outside, I guess they could go with Lemon. I would probably say Miami takes Caleb Downs.
That's my pick.
Yeah, I'm going to say that Miami takes, and here we go. This will be the DK Metcalf of the draft. Caleb Downs falls all the way to the 2nd round. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Caleb Downs is going in the first 12 picks. He won't be there for the Rams.
If I'm looking at best available, I think it's Caleb Downs. You know, you got Mekhi Lemon, you've got Ruben Bain, who maybe he stays in Miami, right? Maybe, I don't think so. I don't know that the edge is a massive need for them right now, but maybe they think he's best available. They take Ruben Bain. I don't know about Sadiq. You know, Monroe Freeling is still available. Jermon McCoy.
I would not take a tackle this high. Now that Mauigoa and Fano are off the board, I would not take a tackle this high.
Falk, the edge rusher out of Auburn, still available.
He gets a lot of flack because he's a great run defender. He's actually built like Michael Williams. Remember him? With the 49ers? Yeah. He doesn't get a ton of sacks, so there are people that are just like, oh, he's not a good player. It's like, well, I mean, think about it like this. Leonard Floyd is a great example. Leonard Floyd got knocked because he wasn't the best pass rusher in the world, and obviously he developed over time. But there is a place in the league for a dominant run defender at the edge spot. That's why I call them edge defenders and not edge rushers. It's two parts. It's, you know what I mean? It's like you have to have both. And I think Keldrick Falk gets kind of unfairly dinged for that. And I don't really love it. So anyway, HAV, remember for 19 months, feeling wide receiver. If Tate is on the board at, oh God, we got to catch up on these. Tate is no longer on the board, clearly. Was off the board at 4. But I believe we're going to see Omar Cooper Jr. as a Ram. I texted my father this. If the Rams select Omar Cooper Jr., that will be my favorite draft pick they've made since Aaron Donald. Period.
And they just might.
I'm a just huge fan of him, and I think that there's a lot of people sleeping on him. It'll add to the excitement for me. Wildman Samurai, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Really do appreciate you.
Thank you.
Wildman's also hitting us with a lemon here.
Thank you.
Appreciate you with the 10. Hey, you two, another year, another draft stream with the both of you. I want the Rams to take Kenyon Sadiq or Lemon. LFG Rams. Well, a lemon for a lemon. We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
My final pick for the Rams was Sadiq. That was the final guy that, you know, I've gone back and forth. And so my final guess was that they took Sadiq either at 13 or traded back and took him. I thought there was a new pick that came in. So we'll see if I'm right. I still have time to be right about that. It is interesting, though, because I didn't think Lemon was going to be there at 13. But with the way that this board has fallen, there's a very real chance that Lemon is available at 13. And if he is, I don't know that that's what the Rams, you know, I felt like the Rams were talking about him so much that it made me feel like he was a smokescreen.
That's how I felt, but
the Rams typically don't draft guys that they talk about, so that kind of threw me off. But again, there's a lot of connection there, right, between USC and the Rams, so I wouldn't be shocked. I know that there's people who really want Lemon, there's people who really don't. It seems to be a very divisive topic. I'm somebody who's like, if the Rams take Lemon, I'll be like, great. Like, I think he's a great playmaker. I think the Rams will find ways to get him involved. I wouldn't be upset at all. He wasn't my top choice. But we'll see. We'll see, Jake. We've got time because
right now my top 4 remaining: Downs, Cooper Jr., Ioane, and Lemon. Then I have Sadiq, Casey, Concepcion. So we shall see.
We shall see, and I'm waiting. I don't see that the Dolphins pick is in. They could be trying to trade, Jake.
I could see it. They have another pick later on. I think they have the 30th pick.
The Dolphins?
Yeah, they got from Denver for. Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? Waddle. There we go.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Oh, the Cowboys just traded up.
traded up. Interesting. Could this be for downs?
This is for Downs, or it's for Lemon, or it's for Ruben Bain. It's one of those. I mean, like, I'd be shocked if it was anything other than those guys.
Lemon makes a lot of sense because they probably figure the Rams were interested in Lemon. Because if you're trading up one pick, the Cowboys traded up one pick.
Oh, that's a good point.
So,
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, it's probably.
I think it's Lemon because why would you? Unless
well, that's. I
they thought the
mean,
Dolphins
I
would
don't
take
know.
them.
That just seems silly to me to trade up one spot unless you really feel like. Did the Dolphins bait the Cowboys? I always love a good one pick trade up. Like what the 49ers made, like the Bears give up all that to go up one spot and take Trubisky when we all knew that the 49ers weren't taking Trubisky.
It's Caleb Downs.
That's a great pick.
The Cowboys have drafted Caleb Downs. So that means that now Miami is on the clock at 12, and then the Los Angeles Rams are up. Jake, the Rams now can pick whoever they want after the Dolphins pick. So this is going to determine a lot right here. Do the Dolphins go ahead and take Mekhi Lemon? If not, he's available for the Rams. Do they take Sadiq? If not, he's available for the Rams. If they take one of those guys, and
I feel like the Rams are trading down.
I do too. I think the Rams are going to trade down and take Sadiq.
I want to at this point. I don't love the way the board's fallen. The two of the three blue chippers are off the board.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at 13, if they stick and pick, like I would be in order: Omar Cooper Jr., Vega Ioane, Mekhi Lemon, maybe Ruben Bain. Like, it gets interesting at that point, and then Sadiq, I'd probably say. But I would definitely trade down.
I would trade down as well. I mean, like I said, my final prediction...
You know who I think is going to want him? I think the Jets are going to want to go right up there with the Rams. I think the Lions might want to trade up and get Freeling. I think the Panthers might want to trade up and secure Sadiq. And I think everyone has Thieneman going to the Vikings. I don't know why everyone, including myself, seems to mock him there.
Well, my
really
final
good player.
My final prediction was the Rams are going to trade back and take Sadiq, but I also did not think that Lemon would be available at 13. So I'm going to stand by my prediction at this point. But I don't know how confident I could feel in that if Mekhi Lemon's there. I'm assuming a lot of people are now joining the stream. Excited to see all the new people. I am deeply sick, so if my voice goes in and out, please forgive me. I have been working on it. Jake, very curious to see what the Dolphins do here at pick 12 because the Rams are up at 13. I feel if Mekhi Lemon goes here to the Dolphins, I think that the Rams trade back. If he doesn't, man, they might just take him at 13. And I could be wrong about them trading back. I probably would trade back.
I would trade back. I don't love how the board's fallen, but there's also a lot of guys there. I mean, they were linked to Boston. They're linked to Casey Concepcion. There are other guys that you can get later on. I think this is a draft where the meat and potatoes is in the second round. So if I could somehow find a way to get another second round pick, I would definitely be trying to do that.
I think so too. And like I said earlier, the Rams currently don't have picks in rounds 4 and 5. So you could create a package that gives you not just another second round pick, but also picks in the 4th and 5th round, which is going to give you more depth and more opportunity to get some higher graded guys. So I think it makes a lot of sense for the Rams to trade back unless they really have someone that they absolutely do not want to pass on available at 13.
Yeah.
A lot of people are saying Simpson at 13, guys. I don't see it.
I think I would crash out. I guess we'll see. We shall see. We are now over 3,000 viewers concurrently.
3,000.
Insanity.
Insane. Welcome, everybody. Right now, we are just waiting for the pick to come in for Miami, and then the Rams are on the clock.
Be sure to hit the like button, everyone. Really do appreciate it. Also, be sure to subscribe because there's plenty of content, obviously, where that comes from. So let's see here. We got Garrett. Thank you for the broccoli. Jake, Alexis, lovely to see y'all. Haven't been able to tune in to many streams being so busy, but you know damn well I ain't missing the draft stream. Appreciate you, Garrett.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Zaylor, thank you for the Baja. $50 million running back is crazy, says Zaylor. We appreciate the super there. SoCal with the 2 and the Baja. Wish Rams could have a running back that can break tackles. I mean, Kyron's up there with the best of them in broken tackles. So yeah, they do have that, but appreciate you, SoCal. So yeah, we got caught up a little bit here while that thing is going. Dolphins got 2 5th-round picks to move up one spot, or to move back one spot. I think they'll take it.
Yeah.
It's definitely not the 3rd-round pick that the Bears got. They had to give up for Trubisky years back.
So wait, hold on. I'm seeing the Rams are on the clock, but I don't see who was taken by Miami.
They took nobody. Can you imagine if they pulled a Vikings?
They took a nobody? Guys, no, I'm so confused. Can the chat tell me?
Could you imagine if they pulled the Vikings and they just missed their pick?
I'm so confused because I'm seeing everywhere the Rams are on the clock, but I do not see who Miami took.
They just tweeted out that they're on the clock too. So,
did they trade up, guys?
I swear to God.
Caden Proctor? Okay, I see on Twitter who the Rams took, guys. The Rams took Alabama quarterback Ty Simpson at pick number 13. I'm seeing that. Multiple sources confirming. This, Jake, is the one pick that... The Rams just took Ty Simpson over Mekhi Lemon, over Kenyon Sadiq, Ruben Bain, all of the corners available. This is a guy who I think probably would have been a second round pick for me. My heart is beating out of my chest. I genuinely cannot believe the Rams just did this. This is absolutely the worst scenario that I could imagine. This in a Super Bowl year, in a year that you talk about wanting to be all in and go back to the Super Bowl, and how you are building a team to be ready right now for the Super Bowl in 2027, you take a guy who's not going to be ready to play in the NFL for a few more years in the first round at pick number 13 with the current depth on your team. I am genuinely cannot believe that this has happened, Jake. I mean, I'm going to stop talking now and let you speak if you can.
Yeah, I don't like this pick. This is literally the one. Oh man, I had a weird feeling. I don't know why, but when the Cowboys traded up, I was like, what if they actually end up taking Simpson at 13?
Well, I think that this to me screams whoever you wanted is clearly gone. So it wasn't Lemon. So we were right that Lemon was a smokescreen. They wanted, in my mind, Tate or Tyson, saw them go, and their best available was Simpson. And I also have to wonder if they panicked because maybe we know now that Jimmy G's not coming back. They don't like Stetson Bennett, and maybe they think that Simpson is, I mean, they clearly think that Ty Simpson is the quarterback of the future, right? Ty Simpson is the guy that the Rams believe is going to be the franchise quarterback after Matthew Stafford. So in their mind, I don't agree with this. This is just what this reads to me, and they have their reasons. That's why you take a guy at 13. You're not taking a backup quarterback at 13. What my frustration with this is, what simply does not compute in my brain at all, is you go on and on and on about how this is your year, you're going to the Super Bowl, you're building a team that is going to go to the Super Bowl, and you take a guy at 13 that you hope doesn't have to play the entire season. You're taking a guy at 13 that you are praying we don't have to see because you want Matthew Stafford to stay healthy. So you decide in a Super Bowl year that you're going to take somebody that you don't want to use at all. A guy who would have been there at the end of the first, mind you. There was no, I would have been shocked if Ty Simpson went before pick 25. So maybe they had intel that he would. This is crazy, guys.
I'm going to say this, and it has nothing to do with Ty Simpson.
It doesn't have anything to do with Ty
personally,
Simpson, but
this is my least favorite Rams draft pick in my entire life. I honestly have never hated a pick more in all my life watching the draft. I despise this pick. I despise the fact that they don't have a fourth rounder because they made the trade that I didn't even want them to make last year, move up and get Ty Hamilton. So they don't have a fourth rounder. They sit there at 13. They pass on all sorts of guys. I mean, Ruben Bain, you just mentioned, Mekhi Lemon, Omar Cooper Jr., tons of players, right? Kenyon Sadiq. They pass on these guys. They don't move down. Like, if you like Ty Simpson that much, right? I know you're probably worried about the Jets. It's Ty Simpson, okay? This is one of the worst quarterback drafts that I've ever seen. And they took Ty Simpson at 13th overall. And I think it's okay to be upset. And I think it's okay to be confused. Because this is just not good value. And to be fair, he's probably going to work out because he's with Sean McVay. He's probably going to work out because he's sitting behind Matthew Stafford. He's going to be throwing to Puka Nacua in his career. But you're trying to win a Super Bowl. Your wide receiver 3 right now is Konate Mumfield, who literally dropped arguably the game-winning touchdown against the Seahawks in the NFC title game. I don't understand. And I understand, like, they are the betting odds favorite to win the Super Bowl. They're great. No one's saying they're not. But I don't understand how you have all those guys sitting there. You are sitting there at 13, and the first time that you've been up there, in the top 15 in a while, you settle on Ty Simpson. I don't get it. I really don't. This was really the one pick that I did not want at all. Ty Simpson, to me, I had an early day 3 grade on him. I will say he had some of the best throws on film of any quarterback in this class. He also had some of the worst throws on film of any quarterback in this class. He reminds me of a lesser version of Brock Purdy. You see the mobility. You see, he'd be able to run, the offense, kind of like how Purdy does, the bootlegs, things like that. I don't think there's too many inconsistencies here. Okay. It always, I said this in my video on the quarterbacks. I said it really depends on where he ends up going. But I don't think he's going to go to any team and make him better. Like, I think he is somebody that if he ends up being really good, it's because of what's around him. I think you drafted another kind of Jared Goff who is more mobile. I don't think he is a game changer. And I think that's my biggest issue with this pick is that he might end up being really good. He might end up working out. But you know what? Jared Goff worked out. Jared Goff went to a Super Bowl, right? Technically, he worked out. But they traded Jared Goff for Matthew Stafford, who's a game changer. I just don't think Ty Simpson's a game changer. And for that reason, I'm really upset about this pick. Obviously just trying to stay professional. I'm in the moment, but I'm just trying to stay professional. Yeah. And it's nothing against him personally. I hate that I even have to preface that. I'm wishing him the best of luck. Obviously, now he's a Ram. But I don't get this. I think this is one of those moves where it's shock value. It totally fits LA. I don't like this move at all. But you know what? I think it's probably going to end up working out. And I'm sure down the road when Stafford retires and Ty Simpson takes over as the starter, he's going to end up being really good with Sean McVay. He's going to fit the offense. And we're going to look back on this and be like, wow, we were wrong about Ty Simpson. Not necessarily that, like, I'm sitting here saying he's going to be bad. I hate the value. I hate who was on the board. To me, it's the value. Yeah, I didn't want him at 61. But you know what? At 61, I can stomach that. At 13, you get all excited about this draft. You get all these people excited about this draft. You're picking high despite the fact you're such a great team. They were trying to go up and get Jeremiyah Love at one point. Okay? Yeah. They were trying to go up and get Jeremiyah Love. They were interested in trading up for other guys. I don't understand how they came to this conclusion, but it is what it is. We'll have full coverage throughout the week on this, but I think that this was a misfire based on value. And the last thing I'll say, Alexis, before I pass it on to you, is that I think my biggest issue with this is now you've planted the flag with Ty Simpson. You've planted the proverbial flag with Ty Simpson because now next year, if you fall in love with somebody in the draft, you're invested in Ty Simpson. You drafted him 13th overall. He's a top 15 pick. You're also going to pay him such. I understand drafting a quarterback in the first round that you like because, well, it's the most important position and you get the fifth-year option. But yeah, Alexis, I just can't get behind this. I think for the value, this is an F. Now, for the value, I'm not going to tell you he's an F player. He's draftable. It's not like they just drafted Christian Hackenberg. But I think this is a misfire from the Rams. I do. And at the same time, I think it'll work out because I think they're one of those situations that you could really put anyone in that situation with McVay, with Snead, everything that they build around them, Puka Nacua, all those guys. I think the Rams are going to be able to give him the right things, but it begs the question, if you were just going to go and spend, your 15th overall pick, or 13th overall pick on Ty Simpson, I mean, why wouldn't you have just traded a mid-day 3 pick for Anthony Richardson or Will Levis? Because I also believe those guys could do what Ty Simpson's going to be able to do, around guys that know football and guys that could put him in position. That's just all I'm saying. That's my biggest knock. I think this is honestly one of those systems, and I'm not talking about just this scheme in general. I'm talking about the brain trust. I think it's one of those systems where you have people in place that are so good at what they do and put you in position to succeed so well that I think almost anyone could succeed in this offense at quarterback. I just don't know why they spent a 13th overall pick on Ty Simpson. That's truly jarring to me. But you know what? I still had a feeling that this was possible, and this was my absolute nightmare situation. But hey, I'm happy for him because as much as I've scrutinized this pick just now, this man got absolutely ripped to shreds. Dan Orlovsky got ripped to shreds for saying he could go in the first round. I had him in the first round. I had him going to the Jets late in the draft. I thought they would trade back up and get him. I'm really bummed out, and I wish they traded back. And maybe if they traded back, I'd feel a little bit better. But to not pick until 61 and to not have traded back, I didn't like this pick.
So real quick, the Ravens drafted Ioana. I'm saying his name right, right? I totally just I'm so my brain is so static. Ioanu. Sorry, I'm yes.
Oh, sorry, Ioane.
Yeah, out of Penn State.
Yeah, I would have killed right now for that.
Yeah,
he's the best guard in the draft and the last blue chip prospect in this draft. So
the thing is with this Ty Simpson pick at 13, there's a couple things. And by the way, I've never seen the Rams fan base as mad as I'm seeing them right now on social media, and it is completely justified. I'm going to give, and again, this has nothing to do with Ty Simpson, okay? I'm sure he's a great kid. We will learn more about him. We will look into him. We will root for him. This has nothing to do with that. Here's what is so mind-blowing to me about this pick. The Rams are Super Bowl favorites. They don't have a perfect roster. No NFL team does. They have holes. They have obvious holes. As you mentioned, we don't have a solid wide receiver 3 right now. You had Mekhi Lemon on the board. You could have taken Sadiq and used him as a receiving tight end. You could have traded down and gathered picks. For you to take a guy that you don't want to see the field this entire season, right? Because you want Matthew Stafford out there and healthy and slinging the ball. So you go ahead and you make a pick for the future in a year where you're trying to go to the Super Bowl. You're hosting the Super Bowl at your stadium, at SoFi Stadium, and you want to go into the 2026 season as rock solid as you can be. You go take a guy at 13 that you hope doesn't play this year and maybe not even next year if Stafford decides to come back. So you go and take a guy that you hope is probably not even playing for a few years just because you like him and you believe he's the guy. That is bad. That positionally is an F- pick. Okay.
Yeah, you brought the F- back.
And then the other thing is, I also felt that Ty Simpson graded out as a day 3 pick personally.
Yeah, I had him early day 3. Yeah.
I don't love what I see from him. I'm shocked that the Rams do. I know that sounds harsh, but as a prospect, I would much rather, if you had taken Drew Aller in the second round, I mean, that would have made more sense to me than taking Ty Simpson at 13. I think that I truthfully just cannot get through my brain, Jake, what is going on. Maybe they're having too many mimosas today at the Rams draft house and they wanted to throw some shock value in. I mean, I don't know that I even trust Ty Simpson in a backup situation for the Rams this upcoming season. If Matthew Stafford goes down week 2, I still think you make a trade for a veteran quarterback. I don't even think you put Ty Simpson in there. Now, to your point, assuming that Ty Simpson doesn't play for a few years, which is what we hope is the case, we hope Matthew Stafford is around. Maybe the Rams know something we don't. Maybe Matthew Stafford behind the scenes has said, listen, I am 100% done after this year. I have people texting me right now, Jake, who aren't Rams fans, asking me, like, clowning me. Like, this is like a beyond bad pick for the Rams, okay? Maybe the Rams know something we don't. I don't know. Maybe it'll come out. Maybe Stafford does a retirement tour. I don't think so. I think Stafford's planning to play another 2 to 3 years, if I'm being honest, if his back holds up.
Yeah.
I just cannot believe that the Rams have decided to forego a first-round talent for somebody that they hope doesn't play for a while in a year that they claim they're all or nothing in for the Super Bowl. To me, that's sad. And we will get behind Simpson. Sure, he's a great kid. The Rams clearly see something in him, but as you said, they've now planted their flag with him. It doesn't matter what happens. You have to go all in on Ty Simpson now. If he shows up to camp and is awful, and then he shows up year 2 and is still awful, you have made a choice, because 2027 is the quarterback draft. Next year is going to be a plethora of quarterbacks. It is going to be stupid dumb how many quarterbacks are going to be available next year in the first round. And you have taken a guy that a lot of people have graded as like a late second, early third round, maybe late third round quarterback at pick number 13 in a year that you think you're going to the Super Bowl. I do not get it. And again, if they had done this in the second round, I could have been able to justify it better. I simply cannot. Mekhi Lemon was on the board. Sadiq was on the board. That guard we just were talking about, blanking on his name, Ruben Bain. I would have taken, I would have taken McDonald, the defensive tackle. I could have sooner justified if the Rams getting a huge, massive guy in the middle of their defense. Jamar McCoy, Colton Hood. I mean, I could have, there's so many possibilities that could have happened at 13, and I simply, I understand why people are so mad, and I don't even want to answer my texts that I'm seeing coming in because I have nothing to justify this with. I'm rooting for Ty Simpson 3 years in the future.
Yeah.
He's going to be there. He's the guy. This feels like a very Rams got full of themselves, or they're extremely confident in Ty Simpson, and they simply could not live without him at 13.
I mean, the last time they picked a guy at 13, it was Aaron Donald, so we can only hope, right?
That is true.
Ty Simpson looks like Jay Glazer's saying Matthew Stafford was informed today of the decision, made it clear it's for whenever Stafford decides to move on. So,
but see, but again, do you not feel like it's like, oh, we're just taking him when you decide to move on? That doesn't feel great.
Yeah, but Stafford, at the same
not that
time,
he's worried,
though,
but like
but the Rams know like Stafford's not going to be around for like 4 years, right? So they know that they're going to get Simpson in there at least year 4. And they have the 5th-year option. You know what I mean?
By the way, the Bucs took Ruben Bain.
Yeah, so he fell right into their lap. That's actually a really good pick by the Bucs there. But yeah, I kind of wrap it up because we can't talk about Simpson the entire time. But I guess
there are other teams.
There are other teams.
Lest we forget.
Well, I mean, this was just such a shock, and at the same time, it really, like, I don't know, it was very weird. I would have traded back. I'm really annoyed that they didn't, because we have to wait until the end of round 2 now. And see, that, Alexis, that's how I'm looking at it. You're waiting until the end of round 2, right? And you haven't addressed the 2026 roster. Does that make sense?
Again, you claim that you believe you are going to a Super Bowl this year. You are out there with your whole chest saying it is Super Bowl or bust. There is no other option for this team than to host a Lombardi at SoFi Stadium in February 2027. And then you go take somebody that you pray you don't have to play the entire season. Instead of giving your quarterback a weapon, giving him a Mekhi Lemon, giving him Sadiq, instead of trading back, garnering more picks, getting guys that are first-round talents to put on the field with your supposedly Super Bowl-ready team, you say, nah, we're good. That's a little arrogant to me, because I'm telling you, there is a drop-off in that receiver room after Puka and Adams. And anybody who doesn't think so, I appreciate the optimism, but you've got Mumfield right now as your wide receiver 3, and to me, it feels arrogant, and it feels like they got really infatuated with the guy, and maybe that's justified. I'm not saying it's not. I don't share the opinion, but maybe the case is they just have a guy that they really, really love, and they're infatuated with him. They can't live without him. And so they say, you know what? It's more important for us to go get him than it is to try and put together a piece for the Super Bowl run. That is their opinion. And that this is something that we'll talk about. Yeah. And listen, I'm sure.
And Garoppolo is officially retiring. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
You don't take Ty Simpson here if he's not retiring, essentially.
Yeah, they might have panicked with the way the board fell, but I don't think so, Jake.
I guess
because even though the board might not have fallen the way they wanted, I know they liked Sadiq. I know they liked Lemon. And they liked Ty Simpson more. So
Sadiq is a Jet.
Good for them.
So, yeah. Over 5,500 views across all platforms. We really do appreciate you guys. It's absolutely insane.
Thank you.
Yeah, this sucks. Yeah. I mean, last thing I'll say, and then we move on, right? Because we'll have this video that I'm about to clip. It's going to be the longest, the largest video of all time. But yeah, it just continues to record. Last thing I'll say, people will push back on this. Why not Shedeur Sanders last year in the 5th round? Why not? Shedeur is a better prospect. I don't care what anyone says. Shedeur is a better prospect than Ty Simpson, in my opinion. Like, yeah, it hurts, but we move.
Like I said, I've never seen the fan base. I get it, guys. My Twitter is crashing because I'm getting so many notifications from you all. I understand. Sadiq to the Jets is a great pick. Sadiq is going to be really fun to watch in the NFL.
That was a perfect way for me to end that clip that I was recording. You're like, I understand. Sadiq to the Jets. Like,
it's like in The Office or something where they do those cuts. We're pivoting. Pivot. Listen, here, the reality of the situation, Jake, is because Ty Simpson is a Ram, we are going to support him through and through. We're going to watch the tape, and we're not going to lie to everybody about how we feel, but we're going to get on board, and it's just going to be in 2027. It's just going to be, when we're out there watching the Rams struggle to catch touchdowns or whatever, we'll be mad about it. But you know what? After this year, and I also, by the way, for the record, I'm not saying the Rams can't win the Super Bowl this year. That's not what we're saying. I just think it's crazy when you're trying to win a Super Bowl that you don't take somebody who's going to immediately elevate your team right away. And it's not just that. It's somebody that you hope you don't have to see on the field for at least another year. That's just crazy to me. We move. Anyways.
We move. Yes, exactly.
Move. Pick number 17 isn't in, by the way. I haven't seen it come in. I still have... I still think the Rams are Super Bowl favorites, for everybody asking me. I'm not saying they're not. Let's not twist words. I don't see the pick 17 has come in. So let's look at the updated. I'm going to look at updated vests available, because I do know there's a lot of people in here who are not Rams fans. So they probably appreciate our crash out, but they also want us to talk about other teams. So that's fair. Jake, pick number 17 is the Lions. I think it's going to be Monroe Freeling.
I 100% agree.
I would be shocked if it's not. They really need an offensive line. And, the Lions are kind of a team, Jake, where they've kind of fallen off a little bit since losing Ben Johnson. They have not been able to get their offense together in the same way. They go ahead, they lose David Montgomery, or they trade him, right? So now you've kind of got Gibbs, who's going to be manning that backfield now. He really was kind of, the running back one, and kind of already had control of that backfield, in my opinion, but now he really does, right? But they've lost a lot of guys in the offensive line. They've got to take an offensive tackle if you're Detroit. I don't see how you can justify not. The only other position that I could see is like Makai Lemon is still on the board. That would be really interesting.
Yeah, I think the Lions would take. I mean, right now Giovanni Manu is their left tackle. So no disrespect to him. I mean, he's got kind of a cool story. I believe he's actually a Euro player who's made it in the NFL, but I don't know if he's starting left tackle for an NFL team right now. So yeah, I think it's going to be Freeling. We'll see how it goes, but yeah. It's that's where I think they go. Freeling is a really interesting player. Like, I don't know. I think if they had their pick of the litter, they would have taken Mauigoa. I know that sounds funny. Oh, Jake, they would have taken the best tackle in the draft. Oh, but like,
you don't say.
He's their style. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know if Monroe Freeling is like their style, but I do think that's who they're going to take here. Like, without a doubt, this is who they'll take.
They took Miller. Is what I'm seeing.
Wait, what? Blake Miller?
Yeah.
Well, okay, that's kind of funny because that's literally what I was talking about by style. Stylistically, Blake Miller fits the Lions. I just don't know if I would have taken him at 17.
I wouldn't have taken him at 17. So for people who are unfamiliar, Blake Miller's the offensive tackle out of Clemson. Right?
Yes.
Oh
yes, you were right.
I just got so scared. I said that with such confidence and then for some reason had a twinge of doubt. Jake, I wonder if Freeling is dropping because there's rumors about the knees. I mean, when you watch Freeling play, he does have braces on both of his knees, which could be a little bit of a concerning sign, right? From a guy that you want to play right away. But the Lions do take an offensive tackle, so that we were right about the position, which again makes a ton of sense for them. They had to take an offensive tackle. I just don't see how you justify not if you're the Lions. Which leaves the Vikings on the clock at 18 and then the Panthers. And guess who is still available is Makai Lemon. Jake, could the Rams... Dun, dun, dun. This is me just going full, trying to salvage this. Guys, stay with me. If you're listening right now, I need you to take this journey with me. I need you to believe. I need you to have faith. I need you to just take this journey with me. Could the Rams trade back into the first round for Makai Lemon?
Well, I would hope it would be for Omar Cooper Jr., but
whatever it may be, could the
Rams...
I
mean, I've seen Stranger Things.
Whoever it might be.
I'm really surprised by the Blake. I mean, stylistically, it made sense. Vikings are going to take Dylan Thieneman. I think I've been saying that for a while. That was the most lock of a pick ever. Because they lost, what's his face? I think he's going to retire, right?
Yeah. Harrison Smith,
the Notre Dame.
Yep. Notre Dame guy. I think that makes a lot of sense for the Vikings. I was just updating my stuff.
I'm so far behind on the banner, so we're just going to do that. There we go.
By the way, this always happens every draft where the people that are leaking picks get stifled because those people just now are reporting on Blake Miller. The NFL draft finds these guys and they hate when this happens night one. We talk about this every year. It's like they get so mad that they are so behind that they go around and try to stifle everybody leaking picks. So we're about that. At about that point in the draft.
Yeah. And we also got to catch up on supers. So
yeah, let's do that.
Matthew, thank you for the 5, aka the broccoli. Love.
Thank you.
2 cards is tough. Going to have to game plan stop him from sure. Maybe our pick should be a major run stuffer. Yeah. Ty Simpson's going to be really good at stopping. No, I'm kidding. But appreciate you. Yeah, these are going to be painful to read. So fair warning. It's going to look like a funeral in here. HAV, thank you for the lemon. Too bad they didn't go with lemon and they didn't go with Omar Cooper Jr. either, but I appreciate you. And then Bowen just saying, hey, dropping the $1 and then came in with the $5. And we are going OT. Not sexy, but smart if right guy is there. Otherwise, trading down a handful.
Oh, we wish.
Yeah. It's so funny. I didn't want to grab a tackle, and now I'm kind of like,
You're like, oh, I would have taken
I think I would have taken a tackle.
Okay, listen, guys. Here's the thing. I tweeted today earlier about how the Rams weren't going to trade up because they were going to keep they didn't want to give up 2027 firsts because you want to take a quarterback next year. Because again, the 2027 class is supposed to be historic at quarterback. There's going to be a plethora of quarterbacks in the first round. They're saying up to 8, right? But now that the Rams aren't doing that, why not give up next year's first to trade back into the first round? At this point,
that's good. No. I see your point because you got your quarterback.
Yeah,
you're going to be picking 32. That's your assumption because you're like, we're going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you have taken the guy that is your future at 13. So what are you holding on to those first round picks in 2027 for?
Yeah.
Trade back in and get a Mekhi Lemon because guess what? If he doesn't go at pick 18, right? If he doesn't go at pick 19, if he doesn't go at pick 20, let me pull up if the Vikings, if the Vikings, the Panthers, and the Cowboys, and then the Steelers, you might have to worry about them, don't take Mekhi Lemon, why do you not make a trade with the Chargers or the Steelers at 21 and 22 and give up your first round pick next year? I would do it.
Yeah,
because then you get the best of both worlds. You get the guy that you want for the future, and you go get your wide receiver 3 that you really need right now, who's a first round talent. I absolutely make the call if I'm the Rams. If Mekhi Lemon is still on the board at pick 22, the Vikings selected Florida defensive tackle Caleb Banks.
Wow. I totally thought Thieneman was perfect for Flores' defense. Okay.
That would have he would have made sense.
Caleb Banks is not even somebody I had really coming off the board in the first round. So, I mean, he was probably a first rounder and I just overlooked it. But the issue with him was the injuries. This becomes really interesting now because if Caleb Banks just came off this board, McDonald, right? McDonald, Kristen Miller, who you mentioned, defensive tackle that I think people have been sleeping on, including myself here, because, I mean, Caleb Banks went off the board. There's a nice little defensive tackle run. I don't know. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Rams trade back up into the first. Maybe that was their plan. They just had to make sure they got their quarterback first. I don't know. I could just be in Delulu fantasy land and just coping.
I'm totally coping, but I also do think that it's a valid point.
Yeah. No, I loved your point. It was right on because, again, you don't have a first round pick until 32. That's your assumption. That's a second round pick.
Yeah, and you've already, the only reason in my mind that I was like the Rams aren't going to give up a 2027 first is because it was such a quarterback heavy draft. But now that they've already got the quarterback, you're not taking another quarterback in the first round next year. Why would you not just trade back in and get Mekhi Lemon if he falls? Or get Omar Cooper? Why not? Get greedy. Go get both of your guys. I think it makes a lot of sense if you're the Rams, if someone that you loved and you had graded high is available at 22, 23, 24, I say why not? I think if you can make out of the first round with your future and someone who's going to play right away, you make that call. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. People
do
in the
not
chat,
look at the Ty Simpson jersey post by the Rams. Get your Ty Simpson jersey here. The comments, I feel they're brutal. Admin, I feel for. Ty Simpson, I feel for. Oh, they're pissed.
Listen, and it is deserved.
It's one of those things, Alexis.
I feel bad for the kid, though.
I feel bad for him because I don't think he ever had a chance. So now he's starting off like he's really going to have to, he's really going to have to prove himself because he's not getting. This is actually something I want to point out. He's not getting the love from the fan base that Jared Goff got. Like, it was easier for Jared Goff, and he still struggled. So, you know, obviously Ty Simpson's going to be sitting and not playing right away, but he's coming in, and, like, I don't know a single soul aside from maybe Blaine Grisack that is happy about this pick. Like, I don't know a lot of people that like this pick at all.
Here's the only way that this turns around, I think, for him is if the Rams still win the Super Bowl. Because then it's like, I think if the Rams offense goes out and struggles and we have a receiver problem, or we have an offensive tackle problem, or we have any type of problem, it's going to become, well, X was available at 13. And it'll be true, right? It'll be, oh, well, you could have taken Lemon at 13. Oh, you didn't want to take a receiver at 13? Now we have nobody you can catch in the red zone, and you're relying on Devontae Adams and Kyron Williams again and nobody else. That's where I think the problems are going to come in. Is if the Rams offense doesn't deliver, because then there's going to be all those what ifs. Why didn't you do X, Y, Z? But if the Rams are able to piece something together offensively, they're able to go out, they're able to win a Super Bowl, people will forgive this. I think the problem is just when you have holes on your team in a year that you are expecting to go to the Super Bowl, that's where the problem comes in. By the way, the Panthers took Monroe Freeling at 19.
Interesting. Sadiq is off the board, so that makes sense. I heard that they really like Sadiq.
Yeah.
And they were interested in trading up, but they just ultimately decided not to. So now the Cowboys are back on the clock with the Micah Parsons selection.
So this is interesting, Jake, because we don't know about the George Pickens thing.
Very good point.
They could be looking to trade Pickens, as that's been out there, and that the reason Pickens signed his tag is because that's the only way he could get traded, is he had to be under some type of franchise tag or whatever it might be. So do they go take Lemon and then trade Pickens, or do they take Lemon anyway, and then you've got CeeDee Lamb, Mekhi Lemon, and hold on, the Philadelphia Eagles have traded up. So the Eagles have traded from number 23 to pick number 20 with the Cowboys. The Cowboys trade back. This is interesting because the Eagles have that A.J. Brown situation, and it is expected that A.J. Brown is going to be leaving, but they did sign Hollywood Brown. But are they still going to want a guy like potentially Lemon? Are they going to want to take like...
This is either
tackle?
Max Ionaker, the tackle. I'd say it's Max Ionaker. Lomu is in play here. I would say actually Denzel Boston, Omar Cooper Jr. might be going here.
I wonder, Jake, the Lemon fall is fascinating, but it is worth bringing up.
Yeah.
Something I heard, and this was reported too. It's not just that I heard this, and I'm sure you heard this. This was reported that teams were not super psyched with how he interviewed. So it is very interesting to me that a guy like Mekhi Lemon is still available this late in the draft, and so many teams have passed on him. Like, if you see the Eagles right here take Denzel Boston, or they take blanking on his name, Omar Cooper or somebody, and they don't take Mekhi Lemon, it is worth considering what was reported, because I do think that as a prospect, Lemon is a much better prospect. Now, if that's the case, then do we still want the Rams to trade in? It's
not going to really cost you a ton. I don't even know if they had it, because keep in mind, the further you go up, you're not going to have to trade away a first next year.
Well, this is the thing. Here's what would be a fascinating scenario to me. Mekhi Lemon's available at 26, 27. The Rams could maybe get away with giving up their second this year and their second next year to trade back into the first. They might not have to give up a 2027 first.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to say this point. Ty Simpson is almost 24, and he's going to sit for 3 years. So basically, what is with the obsession of the Rams drafting these skinnier, shorter quarterbacks? I don't understand why they're so obsessed with that. Stetson Bennett literally doesn't have enough bulk in his frame to survive 17 games in the NFL season. And Ty Simpson is 6'1", 210, and he's going to be 24. I don't... Oh, boy.
It is an unfortunate reality. Now, I'm not seeing that the pick has come in. The Eagles have taken Mekhi Lemon officially. So you've now got Mekhi Lemon off the board. That to me, I'm not saying that changes the chances of the Rams trading back in. Obviously, that was very low, and that was a pipe dream, and me trying to alleviate the tension and the mood a little bit within the fan base. But the Lemon is, again, I think it's obvious that AJ Brown is gone from the Eagles. That's just been very widely reported. It's not really been a secret that the Eagles have an intention of trading him to the Patriots after June 1st. That hasn't even been denied by the teams. So you're basically looking at an Eagles receiving core of Devontae Smith, Mekhi Lemon, and Hollywood Brown. So still pretty good. I just didn't think Lemon would fall this far. Frankly, I don't know if it has to do with kind of those reports that teams were not really psyched about his interview process and some of his answers and his attitude. Who knows? I'm sure it'll come out. But the Steelers are on the clock. Then you've got the Chargers. Then you've got the Cowboys because they had traded back with the Eagles. Then you've got the Browns. Very interesting. You look at the best available. Jeremiah McCoy to me would probably be best available. That corner out of Tennessee. I think he was my second corner in the draft. So it's very interesting to see him there. Denzel Boston, Omar Cooper Jr., both receivers still in play. I really like Colton Hood. He's the other corner out of Tennessee. I think that he would be a good grab. Zion Young, the edge rusher out of Mizzou, I really like. I know some people are like, oh, he's not a first-round talent. I think he is. Keldrick Falk, the edge rusher out of Auburn. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety out of Toledo. I mean, there's a lot of good talent here.
I know who the Steelers are probably going to get. They're going to end up with my guy, Omar Cooper Jr.
You think?
Aaron Rodgers will have Omar
I just
Cooper
don't want it to be the
Jr.
49ers.
I will. I didn't even realize that was a possibility.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just the way this draft. Listen, I had to watch Jeremiyah Love go to the Cardinals, and then my team drafted Ty Simpson. If the 49ers draft Omar Cooper Jr., we're drinking tequila on the live stream. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't even drink, and I'm down for that.
I am so sick, and I have the flu. Like, what is going on?
Oh
Reminds me
my
I've got my cough drops.
God. At least my card came in as a PSA 10. The silver linings.
At least you got something.
The silver linings, man. Oh my goodness. It is brutal out here in these streets.
It is absolutely brutal. Well, Jake, we'll see what the Steelers do. Jeremiah McCoy would be very interesting for the Steelers here. Steelers have a history of making good defensive picks, but they need help on defense right now. I mean, their defense was just not up to par last season. I'm gonna indulge in a cough drop right now.
Yeah,
that's what this is.
Knock yourself out. I'm putting up our reaction. It's the longest reaction video I think we've ever put together. I've never seen anything longer. Because we did reaction videos last year, and they were like 5 minutes. This is a 23-minute reaction video where you're just like, Sadiq, bye. Oh, my God.
Is that how it ends?
Yeah.
That's so funny. Anyways,
so Kenny and Sadiq to the Jets, boom.
I'm just trying to alleviate the mood.
I love it. I mean, that's show business, and obviously you're very good at that side of things, so...
Well...
Doesn't surprise me.
You know what? Had to just get it out there, and we did have to move on. Remember, um, it is very like this draft is not just Rams fans. This feed, it actually like on a lighter note. And I'm gonna make sure I keep my phone here so I can let you guys know what the picks are as they come in. On a light note, it is really fun and heartening to have so many people watch our stream every year who aren't Rams fans, because it does give us an opportunity to kind of like hear from other fan bases, and we get to talk about other teams, obviously, because it's 31 other teams picking. And it is so funny to get all these messages during our stream from other fans of other teams who are like wanting us to talk more about their picks. It's like a fun muscle we don't get to stretch that often because we are a Rams-based show. And so that's why it's like we obviously are going to go on and on about Rams picks, but then we have to like snap in because I forget that I'm like, oh my God, there's Cowboys fans in here. We got to like, I don't want to just blow over their guy. The Steelers pick is not in yet. I do have a ton of text messages, as I mentioned.
I'm trying to like manage everything right. It's brutal.
It is brutal. I'm a little bit, I'm embarrassed. I don't know what to say to all these texts. I'll take it.
Yeah, it's like, what are you guys doing? It's like, I'm not the war
I don't
room.
know. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, I don't know. Okay, I'm just as lost as you are.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Sadiq and Lemon, all of them smoke screens.
How many people are in here, guys? I'm too scared to exit out and check because my...
Over 6,000.
Really?
Yeah, not just on YouTube, though, like across all platforms.
That is crazy. That is crazy. I appreciate everybody who's watching us right now and who's sticking with us. I still haven't seen the Steelers pick, by the way. I don't know if they're trying to move it. If anybody has seen it, please drop it in the chat. Weirdly, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I feel for the Rams fans that wanted Mekhi Lemon. I'm like, all right, well, now I kind of...
I know.
I wouldn't mind being with Mekhi Lemon right now.
I wouldn't either, and I know, like, again, I think it is crazy that happened. I am very curious, and I know that I will inquire, and you as well, with certain people when this draft is over about the reason that Mekhi Lemon fell, and I think that we probably touched on it. Sounds like it's Jermard McCoy to the Steelers. Did I get that right?
Jermond McCoy?
Yeah, to the Steelers? I haven't seen it yet, but that's what the chat's saying. That's the Chargers are on the clock.
So they took the guy with the injury concerns? I'm surprised. He's the best corner in the draft, by the way. I think he's like Todd Gurley level. Like, that's what we're talking about. A guy, injuries, falls off the face of the earth. He's so good. His 2024 tape was fantastic.
It's not McCoy.
Oh, it's not McCoy.
It's that guard out of... I just lost it. Max. What's his last name? I had it in my feed refreshed. I don't... out of Arizona State. Max, I forget how to pronounce his last name. He's offensive guard out of Arizona State. He went to the Steelers. Interesting. To protect Aaron Rodgers, perhaps? No comment on that?
Is Aaron Rodgers for sure going back to the Steelers? I don't know what he's doing at this point.
I don't know. I was hoping that maybe...
So it is Max. I love that pick. I think Max is awesome.
I am interested in McCoy. I'm also just selling myself a dream. I think you guys need to understand that I am just having this like You know when you go through trauma and your brain searches for those little pockets of hope? I just am selling myself this little dream that like the Rams trade back into the first. Um
Yeah, it's oh my god. Ty Simpson needs to work out because if he doesn't, we have another Creed Humphrey situation where the consensus wanted Mekhi Lemon and they
yeah.
went with Ty Simpson.
But also here's the reality of the situation that is or isn't fair to Ty.
It's not fair to Ty at all. He's
It,
coming in
it's
with
it's not his fault the Rams picked.
I
Like
feel
it's
bad for
not.
him.
But here's the reality of the situation: is if Puka gets hurt or Adams gets hurt, and the Rams all of a sudden, or they stay healthy and the Rams all of a sudden start having receiving issues, um, it becomes well. You could have had X, you could have had Y, you could have had Z, right? It becomes why didn't you make the investment in your offense now? Why did you, instead of taking somebody who can contribute, why are you planning for years down the road at your highest first round pick and God knows how long? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it is not Ty Simpson's fault, but that doesn't make it not true, right? So that is the unfortunate reality for Ty Simpson. I hope he stays off of social media for a bit. Good for him though. He's taken for him to go number 13. That's got to be a really good feeling for him. Um,
Interesting with the Steelers, that pick, by the way, going with Ian Acre.
it is because I feel like they so need to bolster their defense that I'm shocked they went guard. But that's why I'm almost wondering if that's it. That's like an Aaron Rodgers type pick to me. That's what that says. Like, okay, he's coming back, and you're like, he's saying I'm coming back, but you need to protect me type thing. Because he does have a lot of influence over there now. I think that Tomlin's gone. By the way, the Chargers are on the clock. Then you've got the Cowboys, the Browns, and the Bears, who it's like, oh my God, I forgot the Bears even picked in the first round. Um, just so people are up to speed on what's going on and where we're at in the draft.
Yeah.
Um,
Chargers. Let's see.
are there any Michigan men available? Let's go. I'm gonna go to my list. Let's see who's my best available right now. Well, it's McCoy, who we've touched on. I think he was my number 2 corner in the draft. Um, he does have the injury concerns. I think that's why he has fallen.
I like Pregnon to the Chargers. It might feel a little early for some people, but I feel like he's just a plug and play, really reliable guard.
What if they went receiver?
If they went receiver, I think that's Denzel Boston. I mean, I guess
so
you could.
too.
Oh
Omar
my
Cooper
God. If the other LA team takes Omar Cooper Jr., oh my God. I'm going to be so mad.
What if they went like Keldrick Falk or Zion Young, or I'm just looking at who I have here. Chris Johnson, corner. I don't know if I see them going corner though. Anthony Hill is probably the best linebacker that's still available. Um, I'm just still surprised that the Steelers went offense. I really felt like they needed to go defense just because that team was so, their identity became by the end of the season so defensively void.
Yeah. I mean, they lost. So, okay, so the head coach, or not the head coach, defensive coordinator went over to the Ravens. So that kind of changing of the guard, I mean, maybe do they go in kind of a different, like Jesse Minter's gone, so I'm going to stick here and say Pregnon. Well, it might be a little early for him. This could be Mesidor. I could see it.
So do we want to knock out? I see that we've got a ton of supers.
Yes.
So let's.
It's so easy to get behind on supers.
Yep.
Nicholas, appreciate you at the 2. Where are you guys seeing the picks so early? Twitter.
Twitter.
Yep. Alex, XX Alex, appreciate you. When life gives you lemon, draft Omar Cooper Jr.
Ooh, some of these are probably going to be some before picks.
Like I said, funeral. Going to be a funeral.
We have to relive our pain.
Yeah. Deontay Smith, thank you for the 5. I have a feeling that just like last year, the Rams have already tried to trade up, but the price was too steep. You would be right. Bo Bowen, thank you for the 2. OT coming right up for our Rams.
Thank you. By the way, Mesidor did go to the Chargers.
Ooh, did I get that in? Was that a call?
You did.
Okay. All right. I was like, yeah, I think it's Mesidor. I was like, oh, sick. Banker Elpers, thank you for the 2. How bad we crashed now if Simpson is number 13? Oh.
Well, you found out. You found out, didn't you?
Poor guy. I feel awful for him. I feel like a jerk for reacting in that way.
Listen, it is what we are supposed to do is give our opinions. And also a lot of it again has to do with where the Rams are right now as a team, right? If the Rams didn't have needs and this was also the second round, like a lot of it is yes, we were honest about the fact of where we had Ty Simpson graded. But also a lot of it just has to do with the fact that, the Rams are a team that very much are Super Bowl favorites, but yet they still have holes. We're not going to pretend like they're the perfect team. Receiver is a real concern for them right now. And so I just think maybe they have something in mind free agency wise, trade rise. I think the thing with Ty Simpson is like, we are not going to find out about him for a couple years. So like, he could be great. He could be a superstar, but regardless, it's not going to be for a few years because we have Matthew Stafford. Or you want to have Matthew Stafford healthy this year, I should say.
It's going to be a while before we actually see him. I mean, that's for sure. And that's a good thing, by the way. I'm not trying to push Stafford out the door.
No, I don't even think Stafford's going to be out the door after this season. Is like
no, I don't either.
Why I'm so confusing again, but whatever.
My dad just texted me, now you can be sure the 49ers will take Cooper. Don't say that.
If the 49ers took Cooper and the Cardinals took Jeremiyah Love,
what could the Seahawks do to like make this just a masterpiece of just disaster?
Take Jermon McCoy.
Nope. If they took for me, if they took D'Angelo Pons and the 49ers took Omar Cooper Jr., yeah, I would cease to exist. I would just turn into ectoplasm.
If the Seahawks took Jadarian Price, I would absolutely.
And it makes sense for them, too.
And it makes sense for them. I had Jadarian Price graded as a first rounder. A lot of people did, by the way. That's not just me being a biased Notre Dame fan. If Jeremiyah Love goes
you
to the
defend your
Cardinals,
stance.
Yeah. If Jeremiyah Love goes to the Cardinals and Jadarian Price goes to the Seahawks, it is going to be a sleepless night and sleepless week for Alexis Kraft. Trust. Those are two running backs I love so dearly and care about so much and I think are so good. And to have them in my division after what has transpired this first round would be a real test in vigilance and patience for me, but we'll cross that bridge when it happens. Jake, I hope Cooper doesn't go to the 49ers. Thank
you, Alexis. I hope Price doesn't go to the Seahawks. Yeah. Blaze Skills, Rudolph. Oh my God, I can't say anything now. Ty Simpson has me not being able to function. Thank you for the 2. Miami should go Bane, but they'll probably go Lemon. They went with neither.
They
ended up taking Proctor, which, by the way, a little early, but I mean, I get it. SoCal, James Gladstone was the magic. Shake my head. Oh boy. Well, do you remember how this started though? Started with they had kind of a weird draft, right? Different draft once Brad Holmes left. And then all of a sudden, these drafts start to pile up, and you're like, wow, the Rams are drafting great, right? So it's going to happen. Like, people are going to say that. So, Kyle, I'm not saying like you're wrong. James Gladstone was well liked in the organization, was obviously a big focal point, but I don't know. I wouldn't necessarily rule them out here. Zaylor Swift says, I'm calling the police.
Yeah. By the way, Jake, is my connection okay still?
Yeah, it's been a lot. Oh, why would we say this? Why would you do that?
Did it get bad?
No, but like we're not trying to jinx it.
No,
I called it. I knew it. We were asked, who do you think that no one's talking about is going to be a first round pick? And I'm saying Mekhi Lawrence will go in the first round, and boom, he's coming off the board to the Dallas Cowboys. I love this pick, by the way. I think he's the third best edge defender. I had him ahead of Ruben Bain.
Yeah, Malachi Lawrence goes to the Cowboys, and this feels like a very Cowboys pick. Yeah. So Jake and I, for reference, if you guys missed the last Downtown Rams episode, we basically picked two guys that we thought would go in the first round that people weren't expecting to go in the first. Jake picked Malachi Lawrence, the edge rusher out of UCF.
Yes.
And I picked Jadarian Price, running back out of Notre Dame, who I think is a first-round talent. But he was often overlooked, obviously, by Jeremiyah Love, who is, in my opinion, a generational talent. And, Jake, you and I have talked about this. They actually split a lot of carries at Notre Dame. If you go back and you watch the film, Jadarian Price played a ton.
Yeah.
And on any other team that didn't have Jeremiyah Love, he would have been insane. So I unfortunately very much think a team like the Seahawks picking at 32 could take Jadarian Price. So we'll see. Jake got his pick right. I think it's less likely that I get my pick right. But who knows? That was my pick. So we've got one down. We still got supers, Jake. Let's go through them. Oh, the Browns have taken Casey Concepcion. I just lost my voice for a second. I'm sorry.
Browns take a receiver here with the Jaguars pick. That was for a receiver last year. In why can't I remember his name? Travis Hunter. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Casey Concepcion creates a lot of separation. Really good player. Definitely somebody that was on my radar. Thought the Rams could have some interest in. So I like this pick for the Browns. It coincides with Jerry Jeudy, coincides with... Because, by the way, he got unfairly labeled as just like this gadget, speedy short guy. Do you know he's 6 foot tall? I don't understand why people call these guys short. It's like the way they run. And it's like, dude, like Casey Concepcion is 6 foot. Like barely 6 foot, but still. And on top of that, they're like, oh yeah, he's a burner. He ran a 4.49. He's not a burner. He's just really quick. So I like the move because you put him with Isaiah Bond and Jerry Jeudy, and you're giving whoever the hell is quarterback over there some weapons. So
the Browns picked. So the Bears are up. Jake, I hate to say it, but you know who I would love for the Browns to pick? The Bears to pick. I think Omar Cooper Jr. would be really fun because remember, they traded DJ Moore.
Well, he's not falling to the Rams at 61, so.
Well, right. But I mean, it would be better than him going to the 49ers, right? Or something like that, Seahawks. But you've got Luther Burden now for the Bears. You've got Rome Odunze. And then you don't really have anybody. And I will say, I know that the Bears are a little skeptical about Rome Odunze. He's good, but the consistency has been lacking. They haven't liked some of the traits that he's shown. I know the Bears fan base. I live in Chicago, so I'm very familiar with Bears fans, and I follow the Bears a lot. I watch their games. I've been a little frustrated with Rome Odunze. Wouldn't shock me to see the Bears take a receiver here. They do have Loveland, who they kind of use more as a receiver than a tight end. You've got Cole Kmet, but there's a lot of rumors Kmet could be traded or they're looking to get rid of him. Just a thought.
Yeah, I would. It's tough because I had Malachi Lawrence in my mock draft going to the Bears, right? Keldrick Falk is interesting, but again, you have to understand what you're getting with him. He's not, he's not going to be a consistent pass rusher. He's a run defender. I kind of view them as, you know what? I think they're going to go with Peter Woods or Caden McDonald because I think they have a need in that defensive line room. They could also go with Dylan Thieneman or Emmanuel McNeil-Warren here. That's going to be interesting. What if EMW goes before Dylan Thieneman?
I personally had Thieneman as a second rounder.
Okay, because I mean, all the buzz, it looked like he was shooting up into the top 15 at one point. But with the Bears, they lost Byard. So it's like, right now...
I mean, they do need to build a defense. Like,
I know they got Kobe Bryant. Like, he's a very good pickup. Like, I get that. But, like, Elijah Hicks is next to him as the starting safety. I don't know. I could see them going Thieneman or EMW. The trenches right now, I think they're going to add somebody. I'm going to go with one of McDonald. If I have to pick one.
I'm going to go with Falk, personally. If I'm the Bears, I take Falk right here. That defense was atrocious for the Bears. While I think a receiver would be a lot of... I think a receiver would be a lot of fun in that offense. I think that they are lacking a wide receiver 3. But when you go back and you watch Bears games, that defense was bad. That Bears offense was like fighting demons every week to just make up for everything that defense gave up. So like, I think like if I'm the Bears, I'm probably taking a defensive line guy here. I'm probably going Falk. Also, by the way, and I just saw this in the comments, people are saying McVay is visibly pissed in his interview with Les Snead right now.
Really?
We aren't watching it because we're doing this.
Visibly pissed.
I'm trying to find more than 2 sources on this, by the way. Yep, chat is saying it here. That's going to make this even worse because, again, then this just everyone's saying he looks absolutely livid. This tells me this was a Les Snead lustful pick, which just makes it... They just ended their stream. I heard the stream ended. So that means that if McVay is pissed, that means that this is even less justifiable because this tells me that this was an absolute horse blinder on pick from Les Snead, which adds up based on...
yeah, that's concerning if that's the case.
That's concerning.
You don't want to take a quarterback in the first round if your GM and your head coach aren't on the same page. It might have just been something that was off, but...
What incentive does that give McVay to stick around if you go and you take a quarterback of the future that your head coach doesn't want?
Yeah,
let's wait. But I have seen 6 separate people now I've heard from saying that McVay was visibly unhappy in that presser. So I want to make it clear that Jake and I are not able to watch that because we're doing this. I'm just reporting everything that I'm hearing, and I am going to ask around. But something to keep in mind, I don't know. I just received some messages about it. I saw some messages in the chat. We will be talking about this in length later, and later this week, so it doesn't really matter. I don't see that the Bears have picked yet. I could see the Bears trading back, but Jake, genuinely, I think the Bears got to go defense here in terms of need.
Yeah, I have them. I think the most Bears pick would be Caden McDonald here. I like Peter Woods more. I think he's gonna offer you more as a pass rusher. I also wouldn't be surprised if they went with a Clemson Tiger and it wasn't Peter Woods, but they went with TJ Parker. So I don't know. I think it's gonna be defensive front. We'll see how that goes.
I think it's gonna be Falk. That's my gut.
Well, defensive front, yeah. Keldrick Falk could be in play there for sure.
Pick is in.
Yeah, I guess
the Bears selected Thieneman.
Okay, I did mention that earlier because that does make some sense. Because I mean, you look, losing. I can't even remember his name. Byard. There we go. Kevin Byard. Losing Kevin Byard. That does matter. And again, I know they added Kobe Bryant, but Thieneman makes a lot of sense there. I like the move. And he fell. I mean, I thought he was going to go a little bit earlier. So, and I thought he was, it's funny, Alexis. I thought he was getting overrated with the combine. Then I turn on the tape and I'm like, this guy's got really good range. Like, I get it. Good tackler, good range, smart football player. They're going to be able to do some crazy stuff with him, though. In that defense. So we'll see what ends up happening. HAV, are we the Jets? I'm just going to hope they know something we don't. We all look stupid in 2 years. It's all you can really do in this situation. Appreciate you. And then Zaylor Swift, Pat McAfee is going to have a field day, LOL. And then Deontay Smith with the 5. Apparently Ty was considering going back to college unless Snead told his father that Ty would be a first-round pick this year.
I do know that is true.
I think I heard that, yeah. And then
also, Houston traded up with Buffalo, by the way. So Houston's now on the clock at 26.
Who's the best tackle?
You're probably going, let me look at my Lomu out of Utah.
This is probably for Lomu. But they traded up to get in front of the 49ers and the Bills. I mean, if they take a wide receiver, then they're psychopaths. Absolutely psycho.
There's no way.
Could be Pregnon. Basantis. No. It's, I don't think they're going to. Lomu, I'm higher on than I think the league is. I love Lomu's game. I'm probably going to say that the Texans are trading up with Buffalo here to get in front of the 49ers. No, it is Lomu. Because, if they're getting up in front of the 49ers, it's got to be Lomu. If it's not, then it's one of... I mean, me personally, looking at the Texans, the biggest need, obviously their offensive line has needs. Yeah. Their biggest need, though, that I see makes sense to this board, is to draft Peter Woods. They need some help in that interior defensive line. That's the one thing that they could really use. Well, even Caden McDonald makes more sense because he's more of a run stopper. But anyway.
Yeah. Thank you for the pick or for the super chat.
Yes, Dominic, appreciate you for the 5. The good thing about this pick is Jake and Alexis get their Tom Grossi, Jordyn Love moment. Tom Grossi didn't like Jordyn Love? I don't think I ever saw.
I don't know what that is.
Well, Tom Grossi has like one of the biggest YouTube channels for any creator on any team in the NFL. He's been on the show before, but he's blown up.
Love moment.
Yeah, I didn't know about the Jordyn Love moment. No, but maybe he didn't like him. Oh, you know what? Now I'm kind of remembering. I think he crashed out. I try to keep myself as composed as humanly possible. It was hard. I wasn't prepared for that. I should have prepared myself just in case, but I didn't. So I'm sorry. Zaylor Swift, Coach JB called it. I guess we got what we need. Appreciate you with the super. Deb, thank you for the tangerine. I don't get it. I thought we were in win now mode. Is there something we don't know? I wouldn't make too much of a deal about the win now mode because I still think that doesn't change, right? I don't think that there's something we don't know. I think they honestly just might have fallen in love with this kid. And they looked at this draft and they're like, this isn't that great of a draft. And we are higher on this guy than most people. And they had conviction. And it's a position where they're like, And I'm not saying I would do this, but I'm saying it's probably this. They looked at it like this. It's the most important position. If you like the guy enough, why are you going to be like, yeah, let's trade down and we'll get him later? It's like, if that's your quarterback of the future, you get him when you want to get him. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying I would do it, Alexis. You know my thoughts, but I can kind of understand that standpoint.
I personally, in this moment, I just think it is unjustifiable based on where this team is and what their goal is for this season.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little ridiculous.
I am hearing, again, I have gotten
wow.
The Texans took...
Keelan Rutledge. I liked him, but like third round?
High? What is it with foam? Like, what's going on
They do
there?
this too. Remember, they're the ones that drafted Titus Howard?
Yeah,
like,
they do take
early.
these weird offensive line picks. You're right. They're like that team that's like, I'm going to be different.
Wait, what? The Texans, they got 26.91 in exchange for 28, 69, and 167 just to get in front of the 49ers? You don't think you think the 49ers were taking Keelan Rutledge? That is bad.
Guys,
That's
cannot
bad.
wait to watch this presser with the messages I'm receiving, because I don't think 16 people are lying to me. I don't think 16 people collectively came together at one time to send me messages and texts about how insanely furious McVay seems in this conference. Just throwing it out there. Unless everybody decided to collude and fuck with me, pardon my language, you guys have me dying to watch that presser after this. By the way, this means that going in the clock, because I thought I knew who was up and I don't. Just to keep everybody up to speed, the 49ers are on the clock. And then the Texans again. And then the Chiefs. Interesting.
Oh, the 49ers are attempting to trade pick
They traded
27.
back. The Dolphins traded up to 27. The 49ers traded back to 30.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't want them to have more picks. And it's like they're barely moving down to get in front of the Bills. Okay, well, the Dolphins want to get in front of their rivals. That makes sense.
So the Dolphins here, I could see this being McCoy finally. I could see them going like Omar Cooper or Denzel Boston.
This is McCoy. I actually predicted this on my mock. This is going to be McCoy, I think.
I think it should be. He's by far the best available when you look at the board. It's, to me, he should have gone much higher than this. It is interesting that the 49ers would trade back. It tells you that there's no one on the board right now that the 49ers are in love with enough to stay at 27. Some people are asking in the chat, why is McVay pissed? Talking about how pissed he is. Jake and I have not actually seen the video. Everything I'm hearing about this video is from outside sources, from you guys in the chat. I have no answers on why McVay looks angry. If that is true, I'm going to assume it is, because so many of you guys are saying that, and that's the messages I'm getting. My assumption is if that is true, and I will make that judgment after I watch the video, I have not seen it, is that it is because he did not want this pick, and this pick entirely came from Les Snead. And if that is the case, that is concerning to me when you have a head coach and a quarterback for the future that are not aligned. That's not a good, that is almost well, if we win the Super Bowl this year with Matthew Stafford, maybe Stafford and McVay leave. This is also, again, people are asking, why can't we watch the video? Because we're watching the draft and also covering the draft right now. I could pull it up and watch it, but...
of course, the 49ers acquired another pick, by the way, in that trade. They
did?
swapped, but it just got right in front of the Rams. So the Rams are at 93 in the third. Now the 49ers are at 90. It's annoying.
It was a good pick for them.
Wait, who? Who are you talking about? Also, your typing is so loud.
Oh, sorry.
I was just like, holy, what is going on?
Who am I talking about?
I don't know. You were like, yeah, that was a good pick for them. I was like, no, the 49ers literally just...
The trade. I meant the trade. Like, that's a good trade back by the 49ers.
Oh, yeah. No, it's a smart move for sure.
Yeah, like, it's a good trade back. But it like I said earlier, to me, that just tells me that there's no one on the board that they're, like, desperate to grab. Trade back again. So, I haven't seen the pick come in yet. The picks have come in slower, and as I mentioned earlier, the Dolphins drafted Chris Johnson, cornerback out of San Diego State. Ugh. Knife to the chest. The dream is dead. There's your third one of the night.
Oh, no.
Man, I was hoping, for some reason was like, oh, well, with all the corner
He's a stud.
He could draft into, he could fall into the,
So McCoy's really going to fall. Damn.
It's the knee.
I feel awful for him. He worked his tail off to get back. He hasn't played football in over 500 days. And now he's going to fall, and I don't know how far he's going to fall. He's the best corner, in my opinion, pound for pound in this draft. It's just, the medicals apparently are really coming up. Like, he's got, I think I read he had 2 arthritic knees. I mean, it's not great.
I feel bad for him, but you know what?
I'm going viral, by the way.
You are?
My reaction to Ty Simpson, someone literally...
Where'd you post it?
I don't know.
Am I in that video?
I didn't even post it. No. They zoomed in on me. Like, you can hear your voice.
Oh, okay.
But literally, like, Seahawks, like a Seahawks person on Twitter, like, tweeted it.
I see it now. Listen. If the Seahawks draft Jordyn Price, Jake, genuinely, I'm going to throw up before I go to bed tonight. And for those of you who are just joining us, Jake, how many people do we have in here right now? I'm sorry I keep asking. I'm too scared to switch my screen because I had those connection issues earlier. So I'm, like, scared I'll touch something and everything will blow up.
Oh, yeah, don't touch anything. We don't want anything to blow up. Nope. We don't want you to accidentally DDoS yourself. Don't blow up your house.
Yeah, that would be bad. How many people are in here right now?
So we currently have 6,300 across all platforms. We on YouTube have gone over 11,000 views. So
listen, back to my point about Jordyn Price and throwing up. I already have. Those of you who follow me on social media know that I'm insanely sick. And so the vibes were already bad. And if I watch both of my beloved Notre Dame running backs go to the NFC West in one night after the Rams drafted Ty Simpson, I genuinely might have to pour some alcohol in my lemon ginger tea that I got right here and drink myself to sleep. Do you think this is still good? I think it's, like, cold by now. I don't think it's hot anymore. But
yeah, I don't know. Do you think this Sprite's still good? It's just been sitting here.
That's still good, but the tea is
No,
not.
but it was cold, and we've been streaming for 2 hours and 38 minutes. So I don't think it's any good.
It's probably flat. You know, it's probably not still.
Well, that's not good.
It's not good, but the thing
it's
about
not what you want.
The lemon ginger tea is that it was hot for my, like, throat, and so now that it's not hot anymore, I'm like, what's the point? I'll just drink water. Fine, I'll drink water.
Let's catch up to these supers. There's so many.
Yeah, okay.
Appreciate you guys. Hilltop, thank you for the 2. Why not trade back 10 picks? He would have been there. I don't know if he would have been there. So that's my defense, right? And again, it's one of those positions where it's like, if you're going to get your quarterback and you've already made this decision, this is the guy you want, why would you just be like, yeah, I'll trade back? And like, I wouldn't have taken him, right? So I get their thought process, but the Jets sitting there at 16, I really think the Jets would have taken him. I know I would have been fine with it, but I'm just telling you that's why I think that they did that. Alex, double X Alex, appreciate you. This pick is more disgusting than Alexis's pizza toppings, and that's saying a lot. And honestly, this makes F minus. And honestly, this makes the trade last year an F minus as well. Oh my God, it does kind of ruin the trade last year to a degree. But then they wouldn't have gotten Trent McDuffie, so I can't be like that. Real quick,
Alex, don't insult my pizza like that. How dare you? Secondly, the Patriots traded up with the Bills, so the Patriots are now on the clock at pick 28.
What is with these division rivals trading with each other? Bills, Patriots, Eagles, Cowboys?
What happened to the game I love? What happened to the league that I love?
But of course, the Cardinals could end up trading up with the Rams. They could end up just trading with the Rams. Oh.
No one is allowed to help a division rival out.
I think so. So based on something that I was given throughout the show, sounds like Arizona's owner stepped in and put the kibosh on trading away that pick to the Rams. So
listen, if I was the Cardinals, I would not. One, I would never in a million years not take Jeremiyah Love. And if I wasn't going to take Jeremiyah Love,
with you.
I certainly wouldn't give him to a division rival. You know what
Could
I mean?
you imagine that? Like, that was kind of something that was going through my head. Like, wait, you're telling me that Arizona might actually trade Jeremiyah Love to the Rams? Like, you realize what you're doing? Like, 2 times every year you're seeing this guy. The guy that you could have drafted, and you just sent him away to your rival. Like,
and real quick, the Patriots took Caleb Lomu, the offensive tackle out of Utah. Great pick.
Oh, that's a good pick. I love Caleb Lomu. Really good athlete. The ceiling is the highest, I think, among all of the tackles.
Yeah.
I really like him. I think this is one of those situations where, do you remember Robert Hunt coming out of Louisiana Lafayette?
Yeah.
And then do you remember who his teammate was?
Kevin Dotson. No.
Bingo. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No.
I was so confident when I said that.
Be confident. You've done this twice.
I know. I've done this twice tonight where it's just I know it off the top of my head, and then there's like that little voice where it's like, but do you?
I know. And you're on live TV. You know that you're on all sorts of people's TVs, and you're like, oh, crap.
It's because there's 7,000 people in here watching me, and so I'm like thinking, like I'm doubting myself. Like someone like, who's the quarterback of the Rams? I'm like, Matthew Stafford, but...
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, my nose keeps running.
No, it's funny that because I knew it right away. I was like, "There's a lot of people." So supers, we got 39. Let's roll through these because these picks are coming through slower now because the NFL has ads. They need the first round to drag out. They've clamped it down. Yeah, they have. Okay, we got. I don't know how to even say how much that is, but we appreciate you with the broccoli here. Babaretti, my biggest problem is you traded for Stafford because he was different, 1-of-1 arm talent. Ty Simpson is literally the opposite. Jared Goof lookalike. So I don't want to call him Jared Goof, and I definitely don't want to say Ty Simpson is just like terrible. But this is my problem. You're going to go from Matthew Stafford's arm talent to Ty Simpson, and you're going to go out of your way to make this pick. Like, I totally get it. And I think this is exactly what we're talking about here. Yeah. Like, I agree. Great super. Really appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. By the way, the Chiefs picked Clemson defensive tackle Peter Woods at 29.
He's so good.
Yeah,
I like him a lot.
The Chiefs. Yep.
He's
a need for them too.
He's got crazy get off. He is so explosive. I mean, it's kind of I wasn't really expecting the Chiefs to be the team to go after him, but by all means. I mean, he's fun to watch. He really is. But yeah, so we have Steven reacting. What the actual F?
Retweet. Retweet.
I'm with you on that. Ray, member for 53 months. Really appreciate you. Edwin, thank you for the 5 and the broccoli.
You.
I'm in a state of shock. And did anyone notice when they panned to the Rams war room, no one looked happy? McVay wasn't in the room. Snead went rogue.
So my opinion is this is exactly what happened, which is more concerning to me, is that this became and real quick, I'm just checking because is the chat lying to me or did the Rams really trade up? I think the chat's lying.
Probably lying.
But my concern about this, if this is a true situation and this was truly a Les Snead went rogue and made his pick, is that is not a good vibe for the organization, and that really would concern me about the future of McVay and Stafford and what that means. So that the pick is already questionable enough if it's unanimous and we think that this is who the Rams really wanted. I think it's a horrible pick. But if it comes down to it was one guy making the pick and everybody else isn't on board, that raises a lot of other questions. But again, we haven't watched it. Jake and I have been doing this. This is all coming from everybody else. I want to be very clear about that. Jake and I will watch all of this and make our own decisions, and we will inquire and we will ask around and figure stuff out. But thank you, Edwin. Haven't seen it.
So just got some news. The Steelers were trying to draft Mekhi Lemon at 21, and the Eagles came up and took him.
The 49ers have traded out of the first round. The Jets are now on the clock. So the 49ers trade back again.
Oh, they're going to be a pain. See?
They're going to be a pain in the second round. This is the thing.
Oh, my God.
Because now you've got the 49ers are picking at 33. And there's going to be a lot of talent there. The Jets are back on the clock. To me, this would be really interesting to me. So the Jets took Sadiq, right, earlier in the draft, tight end. This would be very interesting to me if they took Omar Cooper here or Denzel Boston. And they build with you've got Garrett Wilson, you've got Breece Hall, you've got Kenyon Sadiq. Maybe you go out now and get Denzel Boston or Omar Cooper Jr. That would be an immediate upgrade for that offense. Very interesting to me. It also could be defense. If you go to best available on defense, they could take a guy like McCoy, right? They lost Sauce Gardner, right? Remember they trade him. They could take Terrell, the corner out of Clemson. He's still available. Maybe they go Colton Hood, the other corner out of Tennessee, or maybe they take Falk, an edge rusher, because the Jets do need to rebuild that defense. So very interesting, Jake. Very interesting on what the Jets could do here. I think if it were me, I'd go defense. You got a really nice, solid addition to your offense, but you got to build that defense up. The Jets are not in a good spot.
Yeah, I would. So, they already have David Bailey. Oh,
that's right. Wait, hold on. Did they not take Sadiq? Am I mixing my brain up?
They took Sadiq as well. They traded up again because they had a 33rd overall. So,
wow, okay.
So yeah, no, this is probably for Omar Cooper Jr. Sadiq doesn't just, solve their wide receiver issue.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say this is for Omar Cooper Jr.
I forgot about Bailey. I'm going to say this is going to be Denzel Boston, Omar Cooper Jr., or possibly McCoy.
Reckoning. Ty family consulted Les Snead, and he told him he is a first-round pick. Appreciate the super. Yeah. Zaylor. It sucks, but I'm not tripping. It's got to be a salary cap thing, not to mention roster construction, not mention roster slots. We're stacked. Appreciate the super. John Reese, thank you for the 5. Seahawks take a great running back with no offensive line to block for him. What do you think? I mean, the offensive line it's gotten a lot better. I think they're going to trade out of this draft. I think they're going to be picking tomorrow.
I don't know. I just don't want them to take Jadarian Price. I could see them taking McCoy. That feels like a very, at 32.
There goes Omar Cooper Jr. to the Jets at 30.
Yep. Well.
Oh, boy.
Well, that just leaves, guys. That leaves... Hold on. Why am I blanking on who pick 31 is?
I guess it could have been worse. I mean, the 49ers could have taken him, so.
Right. So the Bills are up at pick 31, and then the Seahawks are up at pick 32, and then we have finished the first round of the NFL draft. And this makes sense, Jake. There's 8 minutes left until 11 o'clock Eastern, and that's when the NFL's time slot runs out. So they have timed this perfectly.
It's amazing how they're so good at it. It's almost like, oh, never mind.
Yeah. So real quick for the Bills, I think Denzel Boston makes a lot of sense. I know they traded for DJ Moore, but the Bills have really struggled getting Josh Allen adequate weapons. It could not hurt to go ahead and take a Denzel Boston, pair him with DJ Moore. Keon Coleman, they've been kind of on the fence about.
I think they go with Caden McDonald.
That would be a good pick for them too.
I had them taking Peter Woods before in my mock draft. So, yeah.
We'll see. What an interesting first round. So the Bills pick isn't in. Then you've got the Seahawks, another division rival of our Rams. I know there's a lot of Rams fans obviously watching us right now. My phone will not stop blowing up about McVay. I cannot wait to watch what it is y'all have watched.
Right. Cinco says, I'm livid. Appreciate the super. I'm with you on that. Man, these are from 941. HAV, thank you for the 5. This was the cockiest draft pick, to be honest. They think they'll win the Super Bowl no matter what, so I guess we'll see. That is kind of fair. Julian.
I agree.
Sorry for cussing, but what an effing joke. So we still don't have a third wide receiver. I'm disgusted. Worse than Stetson. Why not Lemon? Sadiq? Yeah, it's frustrating.
It's mind-blowing.
Jeffrey, who I believe is a Seahawks fan. Appreciate you, Jeffrey. My condolences for the quarterback pick. We're laughing about it on the Hawks side. Hope you have better luck on your remaining picks.
Yep, I'm not going to argue that.
Stan the man's just saying, hey, here's the tangerine. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Stan the man.
Much appreciated. Love the Jack Youngblood Avi there. That's sick. Hemingway coming in with the boysenberry. My highest super chat ever goes to you two for helping this longtime fan cope with the epic fail of Rams pick.
Least we can do. Thank you.
We tried. I tried to be as professional as possible, and that involved a face palm. And then eventually, I got my bearings. I was able to put together analysis.
And real quick, the Titans have traded up with the Bills. So the Bills have traded out of the first round. The Titans are now on the clock at 31.
That's a direct response to the 49ers having the first pick tomorrow.
You think it's a receiver?
Whoever they like.
No, they took Tate. Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
trauma.
They did not help us with that. But although apparently they would have, it sounds like the Rams would have traded up to get Simpson. Like I don't even want to get into it.
Let's not.
But yeah,
I need to ease into this conversation.
Yeah, no, the Titans.
So the Titans could take best available. I mean, McCoy. I'm going to keep saying McCoy until somebody takes him.
They need a guard. They're paying Dan Moore $20 million for some reason.
I mean, the highest board that I see is Chase Besantis, the guard out of Texas A&M, and I can't justify taking him in the first.
I mean, I would take Pregnon. I think Pregnon's a better guard.
Pregnon.
Yeah, I would go with Pregnon. I think. I mean, Edge. Could they go with Falk? I mean, I guess they could.
You know what? Why am I seeing... Okay, so the pick is Falk, but Jordan Scholes said that it was the Bills that took him, but that can't be accurate because the Bills traded out. So I think he means the Titans. So I do think the pick was Falk. At 31. And I believe, yeah, it's to the Titans. Jordan got the wrong team. Because the Bills, to be fair, the Bills were supposed to have the pick. He just corrected it. It is the Titans. So that makes sense. That Falk is a guy who I thought would be gone by now. So
yeah,
great value pick. It makes sense that the Titans would want to trade up and take him because he would have gone early in the second round. And guys, that just leaves the Seahawks now on the clock at 32. So everyone think of your worst nightmare scenario and pray that it doesn't happen because it's our division rival time.
It is funny because Saleh coached Michael Williams last year, right? Mm-hmm. And remember I said Falk was similar to Michael Williams? Mm-hmm. So there you go. I like the pick. I mean, it's good value there. He probably could have gone in the 20s, but yeah.
Now, Jake, do you think the Seahawks stay at 32 or you think they trade out?
They're trading out.
See, I think after losing Kenneth Walker, my gut.
You're being paranoid because you don't want. Yeah.
Because I don't want them to take Jordyn Price. But do you really think they make Zach Charbonnet?
No, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna take a corner. They might take Terrell. They might take Colton Hood. But if they take Pons, I'm gonna be sick.
I would hate that too because I really wanted the Rams to maybe target him in the second round. Man, I
had a first round grade on him. Like, I would be all over D'Angelo Pons. Oh,
I had him as a second round guy, but I'm not gonna think it's that big of a reach.
Yeah. Hilltop, appreciate you with the broccoli. We could have traded back 10 spots, got an extra third, fifth round pick or more, and got Simpson at like 23. Yeah. Multigrain Brad. I almost said bread. Appreciate you with the broccoli.
Thank you.
Although I don't know if you're putting broccoli on that bread. But are Rams going to reverse Atlanta with next year's first?
Like, are we going to have we're going to play bad enough to earn the 13?
No,
pick,
I don't think.
I don't know that I understand. But thank you.
Thank you, though. Ram DeLorean, thank you for the broccoli. What if McVay drafted Ty because he knows Stafford's planning on retiring after the season and just told media they called him out of courtesy?
Again, that might make sense, but it still does not justify that at 13 to me, that player. But
I don't think he'll be ready by next year, so I hope that's not the case.
Yeah.
8-bit tacos. So when we buying a Simpson jersey, I'll give it 4 years. 5 years, maybe. Yep. He better wear 15, by the way. If I have to watch the Rams starting quarterback wear a bad number, I'm going to be pissed. So 15, better stay in that. I don't know who 15 is, but... Oh, it's Mumfield. Yeah, you can give that to Simpson. Reckoning, thank you for the 5. Rams are getting laughed at by the rest of the NFC West right now. Yep.
Oh my God.
Price.
Guys, stop lying to me.
Is it Price?
Chat. Oh my God. Guys, my heart has stopped beating. I don't see it anywhere. Oh my God, they took Jadarian Price. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well,
this is my nightmare, actually.
I was waiting for this is my hell.
The dream is so dead. It's 25 million feet under. I mean, so on a positive note, Jake, we both got our surprise first round picks right, because Jadarian Price was mine and Malachi Lawrence was yours. I mean, guys, Jadarian Price.
Wow, we nailed it. We freaking nailed it. I know you don't want to know that you nailed it.
I wish I was wrong about this. Jadarian Price is going to be a beast in this league. You know, a lot of people obviously talk about Jeremiyah Love because he's so psychotically good and just insane. But Jadarian Price is really good too. If he was at a different school and not playing behind Jeremiyah Love, he would have been very popular as a first round pick. And I think people slept on him because everyone was so locked into Jeremiyah Love. I mean, this is my nightmare. This is my nightmare as a Notre Dame fan, to have to watch Jeremiyah Love with the Arizona Cardinals and have to watch Jadarian Price with Seattle, and my team took Ty Simpson. What did I do? What did I
Hayden
do?
Winks, by the way, he put out that he just watched the entire Rams presser. Can't say McVay was showing a ton of excitement about the Ty Simpson selection. Said it was a complete opposite with Les Snead. He was way more fired up. So, yeah, I don't know. Man.
I will just tell you, I've received word and multiple messages that McVay is so opposite of happy right now. I want to watch the presser. I want to emphasize, I can't emphasize this enough.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch it a million times.
Do you want to stay live when we watch it after this and just
can you pull it up on the screen?
Well, no, we'll get copyright claimed. So
Oh, right. Okay.
yeah.
You're right. Sorry, I didn't think about all the legal. It would be so tragic if we did that and then our entire 3-hour.
Can you imagine? Like,
you're right. Good call.
Yeah, no, I'm a pro at this now, so yeah.
Oh man. Oh God, I'm pissed.
Yeah, that's actually the timing, Keith. This is a great point. You waited until your quarterback won the MVP award, and then right after you're like, all right, time to draft a quarterback. Like,
I'm telling you guys, there is no I know that people are going to try to justify this, and I'm sure that over time, Jake and I will find a way to do it, but yeah, it's bad. The optics are awful. I don't care. I don't care who you ask. I don't care what the justification is. If I'm Matthew Stafford, I'm saying, you're telling me that I came back, we're running it back, I get on stage to win that MVP award, and I announce that I'm coming back, and everybody's betting on the Rams to be the Super Bowl favorites, and we're going all in, and you draft a quarterback who's not going to be able to play for 3 years at pick 13 in the first round when I need a wide receiver 3? Hello? What is going on? And I have received over 20 messages about McVay and his attitude about this pick. And some of them weren't just about the video. So this tells me that this was a very selfish, in the moment, this is my guy, I don't care what anybody else says pick. I will watch the video, and I feel very sorry that Ty Simpson is going to have to endure what he is unfortunately going to have to endure from this fan base if anything goes wrong with this Rams offense in 2026, because it's going to be another Creed Humphrey situation, as Jake used that good analogy earlier.
Yeah.
I could not have think of a worse position that the Rams could have gone with at 13 other than running back. I'll say this. If the Rams took Jadarian Price at 13, I would have been pissed at that. Even though I love him, I would have been like, this makes zero sense.
Yeah, it's just the value's terrible.
It's the like this is the thing. It's there's no way to really like quarterback and running back at 13 unless Jeremiyah Love was available. Then you could justify, okay, you're taking a generational player. Like go ahead and trade Blake Corum and figure it out, right? Like then you could have probably like justified that, but like I cannot find a way. If Ty Simpson ends up being a Hall of Fame quarterback, okay, but we're not going to know that for a long time. And again, you claim that you're all in. I mean, this was the guy that the fan base, Jake, was like, this is the only guy that would make me mad if the Rams. That's the irony about it.
I know.
This was the guy that everybody was like, the one guy that everybody was like, the only pick that would make me mad tonight is Ty Simpson. Is what's unfortunate. And so, you know.
Well,
I feel bad for him because it's not his fault.
Yeah, no, I feel for him too. Well, the good news is, Alexis, you know, if you know you want to kind of get over it, well, you can always use Prize Picks, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you're just not allowed to be in it apparently. So there we go. Yeah, NBA playoffs is going right now. Prize Picks, shouts at Prize Picks for sponsoring the stream.
Shout them out.
You can play $5, get $50 instantly in lineups using the code HMA. And so all you're going to do, if you've never used this before, link is in the description below, by the way. You're going to just pick a few of these, right? So if you're like, yeah, I mean, this is live right now, so maybe let's do something that isn't live. Okay, so all of these. Oh, no, this one isn't live. Okay, so if you're a Vegas Golden Knights fan like I am, you'll know that Keegan Colasar hits a lot of people. So you would do more if you believe that, or you do less. And then Anze Kopitar, if you think he's going to have a point in the next 16 minutes of period 2 and the rest of period 3, you would do that. And there you go. You're on your way to winning some cash prizes. I think we'll just go with that and call that a lineup. So be sure to check out Prize Picks, the sponsor of the video. The link is in the description below. HMA is the code. And Fiend, that is the first round of the draft. Alexis, what were your overall thoughts of the draft? Not just from a Rams perspective, but just overall. Was it enjoyable? Was it the most fun you've ever had? Was it the least fun? Give it to me straight.
I love that my voice cracked. You know, Jake, as someone who has been fighting demons this week in terms of my health and has slept maybe 4 hours in 2 days, this was explicitly more painful for me. Just because so many guys I loved ended up in places I hate. I don't love what my team did. I also don't love how the board fell in general. I'm not going to just talk about, we've talked at length about our pick, right? I thought it was a really weird draft in the sense of the way the board fell. I'm very curious why Lemon fell as far as he did. You know, Caleb Downs falling, somewhat surprising, not so much because of the injuries. Jamard McCoy falling out of the first round. It just felt like, I don't know if you would agree with it, it just felt very odd positionally. It felt like one of those drafts that teams were all taking the positions that like didn't make a ton of sense. Like you had some teams that like had multiple picks that then they would like take, you know, like the Jets end up obviously taking like Omar Cooper and, you know, that fills a need for them. But it just felt like the board felt so weird to me. I don't know. It just, I feel like I'm speechless right now because I'm trying to not talk about the Rams, but I'm so hyper fixated on the Rams right now.
That is fair. That is fair.
What were your thoughts? Do you agree that the way that the board fell awkward?
It was, I don't think any of us really felt like Tate was going to come off the board at 4. And I think that kind of changed the course of everything. I mean, we already, when we knew that Jeremiyah Love was getting picked by the Cardinals, that kind of changed some things because we had an idea that maybe the Rams might trade up and there's some other teams that were looking at trading up. So that doesn't end up happening. It looks like the owner of the Cardinals put that down. But then the Titans were all thinking Arvell Reese, you mentioned Sonny Styles.
Yep.
All of a sudden, Carnell Tate comes off the board. And now it's completely different because since he comes off the board, the Giants don't end up taking, Caleb Downs. Now they end up taking Arvell Reese. And because Arvell Reese and Carnell Tate are off the board, well, now Cleveland, who is just going to pick Spencer Fano, and I think they honestly, galaxy brained everybody because they're just like, well, we're going to pick him anyway, so we'll just trade down 3 spots, get some picks. Chiefs go up and they get Mansour Delane. And then Sonny Styles falls to 7, which I wasn't seeing a ton in mock drafts. And then Jordyn Tyson goes at 8 to the Saints. Now your 2 wide receivers are off the board. But instead of a wide receiver run, we didn't get that. We saw Mekhi Lemon come off the board a little bit later on at pick 20. Then we saw Casey Concepcion off the board at 24. And then we saw Omar Cooper Jr. off the board at 30 with no Denzel Boston. So I thought that was really interesting there. And then on top of that, Francis Mauigoa falls to 10. Caleb Downs falls outside of the top 10. Caden Proctor goes inside the top 12. And then, of course, you have Ty Simpson coming off the board at 13, which I thought it was possible, but it was like more so, this is my worst nightmare. Please don't allow this to happen type thing. Like I wasn't like ahead of this. Like, yeah, he's definitely going to go this early. Although I had him going to the Jets at 16 for most of the process. Ioane went to the Ravens. I had him all the way through in that mock. That's just simple. You stay at 14. You pick the guy. You have a needed guard. He's the best guard I've seen since Quentin Nelson. Hope that doesn't come back to bite the Rams. Then you got Ruben Bain, the edge defender. He falls all the way to 15. People thought he could go number 2 to the Jets, and he went to 15 with the Bucks. Rams also, by the way, had Ruben Bain, Ioane, Sadiq. They had a lot of value players, Lemon, on the board. I really think they missed out on trading down. They could have gotten a lot of assets because there were teams that definitely wanted to move up for these guys. So I think that's going to be something where you kind of look back on and be like, did they really mess this one up? I guess we won't care if Ty Simpson ends up being an all-pro quarterback, but it is something to keep in mind. Then you look, Kenyon City goes off the board at 16, not Omar Cooper Jr., who is readily, he was constantly linked to them. They end up getting him later on, though. Caleb Banks and Blake Miller kind of changed the tone of the board at this point. Blake Miller comes off the board before Monroe Freeling, and Caleb Banks, injury and all, ends up going in the top of the draft. He goes in the top 20. So really surprising there. Mekhi Lemon falling all the way to 20 was really shocking. And then you get, Akeem Mesidor. Wasn't really sure where he was going to go. Falk falls all the way to 31. Price enters the first round. I didn't believe he was going to. You had, belief in that the whole way. Chris Johnson was, but really I think the biggest reach, I would say Keelan Rutledge was a bigger reach for the Texans than Ty Simpson for the Rams. And the reason being is, while I had a higher grade on Keelan Rutledge, understand when I say this, the Rams just stayed at 13, a pick that they acquired that they wouldn't have had otherwise, right? We know they were going to pick Terrence Ferguson. They said that they would have picked him at 26. He somehow falls to 42, and they get a 2027 first round pick. So they were essentially playing with house money, although I don't like thinking about that. But anyway, the Texans, they gave assets up to move up and select a guy I don't think anybody was going to pick this early. So Rutledge felt like a reach to me. I think that really that was really odd right there. Patriots go up, they get Lomu. I think all in all, kind of looking at how the draft has landed, right? Because I want to look at the players that are available, and I want to talk about that before we head on out of here. We still have 6,500 plus people in here, so that's just insane. But yeah, they're waiting for us to talk about tomorrow, clearly. So let's talk about tomorrow. Let's take a look at round 2 here. So right off the rip, the 49ers, Cardinals, of course, they're back-to-back. NFC West for you. Jermod McCoy is the best player available on PFF's board. CJ Allen, the linebacker, really smart linebacker. I mean, we're talking about field general type of guy from Georgia. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is there. Avion Terrell is there. Cassius Howell is there. Caden McDonald, TJ Parker, Denzel Boston, Colton Hood, Emmanuel Pregnon, Kristen Miller, Lee Hunter, Zion Young, Brandon Cisse, D'Angelo Pons, Chris Bell, Jacob Rodriguez, R. Mason Thomas, Chase Basantis, Jeremy Bernard. There are so many guys. Like, this is the meat and potatoes of the draft. I've said this. I think the second round, early third has the best value in the draft. This is where I really would like to see the Rams be aggressive. This is not going to be an award-winning draft class, okay? Anytime you decide to take a quarterback when you already have a quarterback and it's a sit, and wait situation, it's one of those things where you have to throw in the towel. This is never going to compete with the draft where you drafted Kobe Turner and all those guys. This isn't going to compete with Braden Fisk and Jared Verse. You're drafting somebody who isn't going to contribute to this roster. You did not get any better with this pick in 2026. I think that's fair to say. So at picks, sitting there at 61, Alexis, call me crazy. I know they only have, pick 93 and, they have a bunch of 6th and 7th rounders. But to be honest with you, I would 100% trade up. I'd be aggressive. I wouldn't be afraid to use draft capital next year to the point that you were making. Wouldn't use a first. But if I gave up a second rounder next year and bought a pick maybe in the second round this year, I would do that. So,
I agree. I'm just looking at my best available, and I think it is so important that the Rams take someone who is going to contribute right away, because you didn't do that with pick 13, right? So I think you've got to hit on this pick. And I'm looking at my best available. There's going to be a lot. I mean, it's tough because there's going to be so many good corners available in the second round. And I was really thinking that this was going to be the round that the Rams could take a corner that would be competing for corner 3 or corner 4 and could step in if there's an injury. Now I'm like, you can't do that, because you're not going to take a guy who's not going to start now in the second. You got to take a guy that I think is going to contribute right away, because you didn't do that in the first round. So now I'm kind of out on wanting them to take a corner, and I would like them to go wide receiver. I'm feeling like they're going to take Jeremy Bernard.
The Rams?
Because, that's Simpson's teammate, and it seems like Les Snead is just infatuated with this Alabama team because he's from Alabama. So, screw it. Might as well take Bernard.
Well, it's funny because he's an Auburn guy.
Well, I would personally take, if it were me, I would trade up and maybe try to get Denzel Boston. If I'm looking at who I like at receiver right here, I
know. I think they're going to end up with?
Who?
I think you're right on the money with Bernard if he falls, but I think they'll end up with Elijah Surratt potentially in the second round, or potentially at the end of the second. Even they might trade down and get him in the third.
It's just so tough because there's so many good corners that are going to be. There's so many.
Right now,
I just can't justify it now.
So right now, this is my ideal scenario here. Okay. I want to trade up. I want to spend a second round pick next year to trade up. I know it sounds crazy, but I want to literally buy a pick in this because I think it's that, But anyway, if I could do that, say I bought a pick in the second round, I would go after Pons and I'd go after Jeremy Bernard. And then my third round selection, I would go with Kyle Lewis. And I'd be like, you know what? We salvaged this draft for the most part.
That'd be solid. I think for me, I'm just please take somebody who's going to contribute in a spot where you're weak right now is my thing, because You did not do that in the first round. And again, the Rams are Super Bowl favorites, but they're not a perfect team. No team in the NFL is. You've got stuff that you really needed to address. And I really think that's a wide receiver 3. I don't think that personally they have confidence in Mumpfield being the guy. If something happens to Adam or Puka, or Adams or Puka.
Can I throw something at you?
Yeah.
I promise I won't hit you in the face or anything like that. No, I wonder, like, the Rams didn't give up any draft capital, right? I was already in the mode of like, okay, they're going to give up first round pick next year. Maybe they're going to give up 61. They're going to give up 93. They didn't give up anything. It makes me wonder if they'll do a trade for a receiver. That AJ Brown deal, like, that was there. That was at the finish line, you know, fell through, whatever. I feel like, and this might not be everyone's favorite choice, I have a weird feeling that a guy like Brandon Ayuk or even the other former 49er, Juwan Jennings, if his value drops enough, they may go after those guys. And I don't know. Like, if they don't go after a wide receiver in the first 3 rounds, then I think they're going to try and get Brandon Ayuk, or they're going to try and sign Juwan Jennings. Or hell, they might even go after Tyreek Hill. I don't even know.
There's a lot of people in the chat that are saying, watch the presser, watch the presser, watch the presser. First off, as Jake pointed out earlier, we could not do that directly in the stream.
Oh, and we got supers.
And we've got supers, and I actually did just see a clip of this. Holy crap. I did get it sent to me.
It's one of those things, I haven't watched it yet, but it's one of those things when you're as loud as McVay is and normally as jubilant and, like, you know, jokester-esque, and then you don't act the same way, it's going to raise flags. So
it's we'll talk about it, but let's get into the supers, because oh my god, we do have so many.
Yeah, we have so many. So Jeffrey, we were scared on the Hawks side that the Rams were going to make a smart pick at 13. Did we break your GM? Can't say for sure. We'll keep you posted. We'll see how the rest of the draft goes, Jeffrey. Appreciate you. Gene, thank you for being a member for 19 months. Much obliged. Awesome. Also coming in with the Sam Bradford 2.0 McSneed F- grade for this crap. Yeah, this is not having a pulse on your fan base. But again, you make your decisions. You're paid to make your decisions. I'm not saying you should only appease the fans, but it's like I said, part of me is worried for Ty Simpson because he's going to have to hit immediately, because he is literally Tutu Atwell now to Creed Humphrey. But it's even worse because it was the first round, Alexis, and on top of that, the guy that they passed him up for, everyone wanted. Like, I wasn't personally as high on Mekhi Lemon as everyone else. I was high on him, but I was higher on Omar Cooper Jr. When you see this, I mean, I'm telling you right now, the Rams fan base is going to be absolutely livid. They passed up Mekhi Lemon. Like, it's going to be that.
If Mekhi Lemon is even remotely decent, we're never going to hear the end of it.
Not only that, he went to your rival. He went to the Eagles.
Yeah. He was a team that we notoriously continue to play in the playoffs.
Yeah, and not going to be fun.
Yeah.
Reckoning, thank you for the broccoli. Why trade your 29th pick to get Trent when your first pick is to build the future? Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe that's how they look at it. Like, we already spent the 29th overall pick on, you know, a win now proposition, and so we can justify this because we never picked this high. I don't know. Personally, I looked at it like you're never in a better position to trade up. I would have made sure to get one of Tate, Love, Tyson, Cooper, Lemon, Sadiq. Like, I just felt like this was a misfire personally. Yeah. Appreciate you. Daniel Rodriguez, thank you for the 2. Right player, wrong place to take him. Shake my head. Yeah, I mean, I know there's going to be people out there that like Ty Simpson, but I haven't seen anybody that was like, even the people that like Ty Simpson were like, yes, pick 13, woo, you know? So
I'm fully convinced that he would have been there at the end of the first. I'll stand on that. Everyone's
I mean,
gonna be like,
he
"But
very
you've no
well
way of
could
knowing."
have. Yeah.
I don't see a situation where he's not there at 25, 26, 27, even 28, personally.
I'm just bummed because that was your best chance to trade down and fill out like the gaps. Like, I don't know. This draft class is going to look very odd. They're going to be selling the jersey of the guy that we won't see for 4 years. And I'm kidding. I mean, you'll probably see him in 2. But
what I don't like is the comparisons of people being like, listen, this is not a situation where we know for sure that Stafford's done after this year. This is a very, like, I don't know. I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I think that some of the recent comments I'm seeing in the chat are very correct.
Yeah, that's... Oh, boy. Tyler Sweeney, appreciate you. My dream of putting on a Manning jersey one day has been shattered. That's another thing. You had all that Arch Manning stuff. It's just, it's very bizarre. It really is.
It's the 2027 quarterback class is kind of a can't miss class. I mean, all the coverage and reporting and the big topic of discussion has just been how night and day that class is compared to this year. So it is just very, very, very puzzling. Not that I'm like a diehard Manning fan, personally. I mean, I think he's going to be good. I like him. But I mean, there's a lot of guys next year that I think would be great to make that investment at quarterback in, for sure.
I will say, I know the Rams had poked around about this. Anthony Richardson's 23. Needs a lot of refinement. He probably needs to sit. I would have just rather them done that. And I wasn't like a huge fan of that because I kind of just, I admit, I just think I got it wrong with Anthony Richardson. Yeah, I don't know. It's still, it's that bad taste in your mouth. It's that diet taste. You ever have diet soda and just like that, just the weird taste just you know what it is? I stopped drinking. Actually, I haven't had a drink in over a year now. And I never liked it, but people would always be like, "Oh, you got to try twisted tea." Twisted tea is awful. I literally hate, like, I
don't know
hated.
that I've ever had it.
Oh my God. It has this aftertaste that just stays with you. That's how I feel about this draft. Our guy, Chris Zeffro, coming in with the tangerine. Appreciate you, man. This was a favor pick. Less convinced Simpson to enter the draft. Finally a pick worse than Tutu Atwell and Trung candidate. Zeffro out. He's not happy about this one. Can't blame him, but I appreciate the super. We both do. El Doggo became a YouTube member. Much obliged. Really appreciate you. Big John with the 2. Stafford must be leaving. If so, why not Ty? No, I don't think Stafford's even close to leaving, to be honest with you.
I don't either, which is why this is so upsetting. And also my argument would be, even if that's the case, I still think that there's like 6 or 7 quarterbacks next year I would have taken. That's what's frustrating is even if you think Stafford is leaving after the year, it'll be after the year. And then you could go into the 2027 draft. That's just part of the frustration. It just means that this was the guy, you know? So.
Yeah. I mean, there's a chance, by the way, there's more to the story. Like, McVay likes him. Maybe there was a disconnect, whatever. I don't know. Jay Johnson, thank you for the broccoli. Classic Rams, raising our blood pressure, but at the end of the day, go Rams. Yeah.
Rams.
Gerard, thank you for the 5.
Thank you.
What is all the Ty hate about? If we win the Super Bowl this year, we won't get close to the number 2 quarterback on the draft next year. Okay, I understand this point, but the point being is, if the Rams don't win the Super Bowl this year, just think about this, right? People are going to say, well, what could have been if we had the 13th overall pick helping us on this team? Think about this. Yeah. And I'm gonna go deep into this.
Lock in.
First off, okay, they tried to trade up. We know that they were interested in Jeremiyah Love. Everybody knows that. Whatever. That's fine, right? That's one of those moves you try to make. It's hard to make a move like that. The Cardinals backed out. Whatever. Wide receiver. If one of those guys goes down, as you mentioned, they are not that deep. If Puka, or God forbid Devontae Adams, whose freaking hamstring blew out right in front of me when I was watching the Lions game, they don't have a guy right now. They could have taken Lemon. They could have taken Cooper. They could have taken Boston. They could have taken Casey Concepcion. They could have taken Sadiq. These are things that people are going to talk about. If the Rams don't win the Super Bowl and Steve Avila gets hurt again, or Dotson gets hurt, people are going to say, Vega Ioane was right there. Was literally right there. He went the next pick after you. If the Rams don't win the Super Bowl and Alec Jackson has blood clots again, or he goes down, or Alec Jackson goes, or excuse me, not Alec Jackson, Warren McClendon goes down, people are going to say, I mean, you could have gone with Caden Proctor. You could have gone with Freeling. You could have gone with Blake Miller, right? People are going to talk about that. This is what happens in a win-now situation, okay? If they don't win the Super Bowl and say, God forbid, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson go down, people are going to say, well, see all those corners that were there? What if Cam Curl goes down or Quentin Lake goes down? Caleb Downs was literally he fell to pick 11. You could have moved up a little bit and grabbed him, right? That's the thing. That's really the underlying issue. And the real big issue that I think people are going to have, and I don't have as much because I wasn't as high on him, but people are going to talk about it, Alexis, is passing up Ruben Bain. Because if Jared Verse gets hurt or Byron Young gets hurt and that pressure's just not getting there, and Ruben Bain is doing his thing over with the Bucs, that's going to be talked about. So this is really the underlying issue. When you are a team that is the Super Bowl favorite, okay? You're the team that's Super Bowl favorite. If you don't win the Super Bowl, it is a failure, as we've talked about, right? We've made that known. We've made that clear. It is a failure, an abject failure. So that's the thing. And I mean, I hate to be that way, but yeah.
I just sent you some stuff, Jake, by the way, for you to take a quick look at. But here's my thing, right?
I have a giant spider on my dome light.
Let it live. It didn't do anything to you. I know that you're mad, but just let it live.
I mean, I don't even know how I would get to it.
Just let it. It's
I saw it out of the corner of my eye, and I was just like, nope.
Anyways, so here's my thing. The Rams are a team, and again, it's like beating a dead horse, but this is the Super Bowl favorite, quite literally, right? You go to DraftKings, maybe not anymore, but you go to DraftKings, you go to FanDuel, you look at their roster, you look at how they performed last season. You've got Matthew Stafford coming off of a NFL MVP win. You are hosting the Super Bowl in your home stadium in February 2027. You are openly talking about how this is all or nothing. That's all you can talk about. It's Super Bowl or bust. You bring back Stafford. You've got McVay coming back. You've got most of your team coming back. You go and you make that trade for McDuffie. You go and sign Jalen Watson. You are putting yourself and moving the pieces to become a more robust team going into the Super Bowl, and you still have holes. You still don't have a guy at wide receiver 3 that is rock solid. I know people are like, what about Jordan Whittington? You're not giving Mumfield a chance. Whoever. Sorry, they're not there. I like Whittington a lot, but the Rams clearly don't, because they have not been using him or utilizing him as much as they should have. Jake, just shake the spider off. Just grab it and just
I'm
shake
not going near it.
Okay.
I'm listening to you though, intently.
I forget how, like, I'm not scared of spiders. I don't want to brag. So, like, I'm just like, bring it on to you. Hang out with it. But anyways, wide receiver
Never
3.
me.
Wide receiver 3, you have no faith in. You couldn't figure out how to use Tutu Atwell. You don't really like utilizing Jordan Whittington. Mumfield didn't show you much. You've got stuff going on with, you finally get Terrence Ferguson involved, but even then it's like you're still trying to rotate in 3 other tight ends. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, go get the guy that if Devontae Adams has a season-ending injury, or Puka Nacua, God forbid, has a season-ending injury. And also, I know, and this has also been reported on, that the Rams are hesitant to give Puka Nacua that extension based on his off-the-field stuff. I mean, you had Mekhi Lemon right there. You had Omar Cooper right there. You go and take a guy that is going to elevate your offense immediately in the midst of your Super Bowl run. And instead, you're taking a guy that you won't see this year, most likely, unless your star quarterback goes down, which you don't want, and you probably aren't going to see the season after. You don't take anybody. You're not you're not upgrading at linebacker. Spates, it's been a question. Should you upgrade there? You don't bring in a corner in case, God forbid, McDuffie or Watson goes down and you need that guy in your secondary. You don't do that. You don't get a guy, another edge rusher in case you don't want to extend Byron Young, or, bring in a beefy guy up front, a defensive tackle. You don't take an offensive guard. You don't take an offensive tackle in case Jackson goes down, or maybe McLendon isn't. Like, there's so many, like, things that you could have done to either contribute immediately to your team or have a really good depth piece that would have made a lot of sense. And instead, you took somebody that you hope doesn't see the field for at least another 2 years.
Yeah.
It is completely a horrible value pick. I don't care. Maybe they are so sold on Simpson, and they better be.
Is this worse than Mac Jones at 15? Because I don't think so.
Yeah. With Mac Jones, there was, like,
my bad. No. I need to rephrase that. I don't think Mac Jones was that bad at 15. I know people that were like, Mac Jones when the Patriots drafted him. I didn't think it was that bad. This is not even. It's night and day. I would say this is better than taking Daniel Jones at pick 3.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think I've ever cracked up at a pick, and I felt so bad doing it. But Daniel Jones is, looks like he's finally coming around. I mean, obviously the injury didn't help, but, Oh, good Lord. All right. Let's see. Watt run it. Appreciate you at the Baja. Would funny if Arizona took Drew and he's better than Ty? No, it would not be. If Drew Aller ends up being better than Ty Simpson, I'm going to be just I'm going to be in shambles. Also, hear me out. I'm not saying the Raiders would have done it, but if you were taking a quarterback this year, why didn't you offer the grail to go up and get Fernando Mendoza? Because Fernando Mendoza is going to work in this league, and Ty Simpson will probably work because of everything around him, and this is probably the best scenario he could have fallen into. But, like, if you were going to do it, why didn't you just go shoot to the moon and go out and get Mendoza? You see what I'm saying? Like, it opens up Pandora's box, because now it's like, well, 15 for Ty Simpson, but you couldn't take Milroe. You couldn't take, Shador Sanders. What? That's my issue. Jackson Dart. Oh my God. I was so like praying they weren't going to draft Jackson Dart at 26.
So bad.
I'm just going through all the emotions right now. And this spider is getting closer.
Everyone in the chat is now like,
closer.
Why are we in the situation of having to decide between Ty Simpson and Stetson Bennett at quarterback too?
I know. It's crazy. Nathan, any idea what the Rams will do at wide receiver now? Are there any Nakuas hanging out? What the hell, man? There's two. There's one on my leg that I just knocked off, and there's one
Jake,
up there.
It's such bad vibes. There's like that's what's happening is you're succumbing to the curse. I had to watch my beloved Notre Dame running backs go to the NFC West.
It's just not. It's not what you want. Yeah. So I'm gonna get probably flamed for this, but as far as wide receivers go, if there's anybody, the inkling that I get, if there's anybody that's going to be like Nakua, and the skill set's different, the athleticism's a little different. He didn't grade out as high as everyone else, right? But like the inkling I'm getting is Dejon Stribling. Like I could see them drafting Stribling if they like trade down from round 3, or they could draft him at 93. Alexis, I think Stribling's ready to play right now. He doesn't have a full route tree, but like he's somebody that is great after the catch. He's strong as hell. He's one of the best blockers, really physical. And I think he ran like a 4.3. Yeah, like I think Stribling from Ole Miss is somebody to look at as a potential, like, not Puka Nakua, but like a receiver that kind of comes out of nowhere, if you know what I mean. I also think that what's his face? The one the one that I like, Kevin Coleman Jr., but he's a slot guy.
I was gonna bring up Kevin Coleman Jr., but I don't know that he would go in the second. I wouldn't be mad taking him in the second. I'm really high on him. I mean, Denzel Boston is my guy now. I think based on who's available, I'm like trade up in the second to get Denzel Boston. Elijah Surratt, I could see happening.
Yeah,
Antonio
he's not
Williams
as
out of Clemson, maybe. I just don't love who is readily available in the second, like who makes sense so much. At this point, I'm like,
Chris Bell would be fun. They were in on AJ Brown. Chris Bell's kind of built like him, but that dude, he just goes. Like he's fast as hell. He's coming off an ACL tear though, so that's a problem. But 6'2", 220, 4.3 speed. He's still very green. But like you could
Malachi Fields, I like. I know you're not as high on him as I am.
I just don't love receivers that don't create a lot of separation.
I don't think he's a second round guy anyway. I think he's more of a third round guy.
Yeah, this is a great question, Nathan. Like I said, I would probably go with Stribling. I would also say if Elijah Surratt plays football in this league for 10 years at a high clip, don't be surprised. He's not going to be the fastest guy. He's not going to be, the most sexy pick, but whoever gets him is going to get somebody that is going to be consistent. Bryce Lance, I wanted to like him a lot more than I did. Just very raw, right? Super skinny, has some issues with concentration drop. Like the way he catches the football is really bizarre. Chris Brazel, I wanted to like way more than I did. Very raw, but probably one of the better Tennessee wide receivers that I've seen because of his time with Tulane. He actually ran the full route tree at Tulane. Jeremy Bernard, to me, is going to be the best fit. If you're looking for fit for the Rams, it's Jeremy Bernard. Great blocker, yards at the catch guy, finds soft spot in the zone. Really boring player, but that's not a bad thing. I mean, there's just not a lot that's going on, but that also goes on the negative side. Skylar Bell, straight up a slot receiver. I don't think he's a fit. Like I said, Chris Bell is different, but like I think they could make something out of him. Denzel Boston would definitely be a fit. Antonio Williams, I see as more as a slot. The one that's really interesting, because I mentioned Stribling, the other guy that's really interesting is Ted Hurst. Where are you on Ted Hurst out of Georgia State?
I like Ted Hurst. I don't know that I would take him in the second.
No, I wouldn't take him in the second.
If
But
we're
like
still
if he's
talking
there at
about-
93 and you have an address wide receiver, he's 21, a bit raw, didn't look great against top competition. I don't know. What do you think?
I think that he would be a good target in the third. I think I'm still for me, I'm like, in my mind, I'm kind of all in right now about Denzel Boston. I think that you gotta at all costs get Denzel Boston in the second round somehow. Or maybe like Elijah Surratt, Chris Bell. I think you got to go wide receiver in the second. I do not trust the depth in that receiver room right now. I think it's more of a gaping hole than people are realizing. And as I mentioned earlier, it's disappointing because there's so much corner depth. Like, I don't even know that I could still be mad if they take one of the corners, because there's just a rich selection of corners that are going to be available in the second. But I just feel like after not taking somebody who's going to compete and play this year in the first, you have to take somebody who's more of a contributor in the second. I don't think the Rams are in a position where they can just take another guy that they can sit. So I'm kind of out on taking a corner in the second. I don't know. We got so many more supers though, so I do want to get to those, but yeah.
No, that's absolutely fair. Yeah, I think it's a great question though. You're not going to find Nakua, but I think Stribling is probably your best fit as far as, physicality, yards after the catch, athleticism. I wish he's a little bit better 50-50 ball, but yeah, I like him. Charger, thank you for the 10. Thank you for the lemon. For a team that was so close to win the Super Bowl 2 years in a row, you'd think they'd realize the impact a win now player could make. I know, that's a really good point.
It is puzzling as all hell.
I still can't believe we're going up, and like we almost have 7,000 people watching. I don't understand it, but I appreciate it. YouTube's going down, but a lot of people watching regardless. Jake, please cook up a draft saving plan for us. I love that. That sounds like a great video idea. How to save the draft. How to save the Rams from themselves. No, I mean, look, Ty Simpson, I hope it works out. For the reasons, I think we're all aligning here. I've had differing opinions from a lot of people during the drafts. I think we really all align on this. And unfortunately for Ty, he's going to be under the gun because of this. So, yeah. Conservative Millennial, thank you for the 5. Just a brief view. Tension could be felt. Steen may be tired of Stafford and wants to move on. My take. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to read into it that much. I am going to watch it. Alexis, we can actually air this after we read all this supers. If you want, I can air this. We could watch it together and then like react. Right?
Yeah, I did watch some of it already because I was just like, I couldn't wait. And so I did pull up some of the clips being sent to me. I did send you one, Jake. It does not look good.
Really?
I'm actually a little bit shocked at how much McVay let his cards show. But it also could be intentional. If McVay is that mad, I would just be like, yeah, I'm going to let the world know that I'm mad. I mean, it is uncomfortable as all hell.
Damn.
And I think it makes a ton of sense. It makes a ton of sense because, again...
Did he look like me? Like when I was just like trying to hide it?
He looked like he wanted to kill somebody. He looked like...
Oh, so it's anger. It's not like...
No, he is trying to keep it together. Watch the clips, guys. I'm sorry for everybody that I lectured earlier when I was like, well, let's watch it. Maybe they're being dramatic.
It's not going away.
Jake is being haunted by a spider.
Well, I don't know where the other one went. It's somewhere on the ground.
They're protecting you.
I thought when I moved out of my parents' basement, I'd be free from this.
They're listen, there's a lot of weird energy tonight.
I'm on the second floor. How the hell did they get up here? No, I'm kidding. I know how spiders. Yeah, I know.
Anyways, we will. I don't know, Jake. If we want to like step away and like pull it up on our phones and watch it, or I mean, I've seen.
I mean, I can watch it on the computer because I have headphones, so like I can, I'm not gonna. No, it's not gonna like leak. You know what I mean? I would air it, and the Rams probably wouldn't copyright claim us, but I'm not willing to take the risk.
No, I think we just watch it. I've watched it without audio. I personally didn't need the audio. It came across very explicitly to me, and I think to most people. So, John, thank you for the super.
Thank you for the lemon. Do you think the Rams can make up for this somehow later in the draft, trades, whatever? I'm mortified, but just think they are too smart to do that was English. To do this without a plan. No, you're absolutely right. The Rams definitely have a plan. I just don't really agree with their pick, to start, but I'm sure they have other guys that, will probably be okay with. Yeah. This spider is it's breaking my concentration. L Rock, thank you for the broccoli. You can tell McVay and Snead think their crap don't stink. Interesting. Although it seems like McVay's not happy from what everybody's saying. So Deuce Falco, that is getting too close for comfort. Thank you for the tangerine. Rams need to absolutely cook the rest of the next picks to get me back in a good mood. Yeah, I know, guys, it's really it's a shame. It's a bummer, all that. Please be sure to return tomorrow because we will be doing this all 3 days. And we would like you guys to be here, especially day 3 when we go for 7 straight hours. But no, we appreciate you guys for sure. Thank you, Deuce.
Appreciate you.
King Wee. So we drafted mobile Jared Goff. I want to say this, though. Jared Goff gets a lot of flack. Jared Goff was a much better prospect.
It's not even an argument.
He wouldn't have gone number 1 overall if he didn't have the traits to go number. And he was also 6'5". Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't really like the comp. I like a not as good Brock Purdy. That was my comp.
I'm gonna read this. So Rams GM Les Snead and UT Martin coach Jason Simpson have a very strong relationship, to the point where Snead helped advise the family when Jason's son Ty was making a decision about whether or not to declare for the draft. Now Ty Simpson is a Ram. That's from Albert Breer. So Les Snead is very good friends with Ty Simpson's dad. And that is all over the internet right now. So take with that what you will, that this is a family friend who we have drafted.
I mean, that might mean nothing. As long as he works out, I don't care.
It could mean nothing.
And he did.
If he works out, he works out.
To be fair, it's not like Ty Simpson just played at,
Correct.
the school of the children of the poor, right? He didn't play at the Citadel. He didn't play at some random college. He just started for the Alabama of college, like literally Alabama of college football. So it's like, I don't know. I'm going to give it some grace, right? I don't want to take away, this guy's accolades. I think he deserves them. He started at Alabama. He worked his way up the rungs. He's a 1-year starter. That's another thing to keep in mind because you had Jalen Milroe there. So he didn't just start right away.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean, again, nothing is going to change unless, years from now, he ends up being great. This is going to sting for a while because we're not going to see him on the field. This is a pick that we all were expecting to have an impact on this roster this year. And again, it goes back to what I'm saying. If they don't win the Super Bowl, People are going to point back at this pick and say, well, what if you were this player away? It's no different to me than when the Rams trade all those picks for Jared Goff, and now you don't have a first rounder on the field. Jared Goff isn't on the field, right? Because he was sitting. So you don't have a first rounder on the field. You don't have a second rounder on the field because you traded away. You don't even have a third rounder on the field. Tyler Higbee is the first in that line, and I think Farrell Cooper, they were the first guys, both in the fourth round, that you were having on the field that were brand new from the draft class. So it is something to keep in mind there. And it definitely sends a weird message to the locker room, I'll say that. But at the same time, sends a good message to Kyren Williams and Blake Corum. You had talked about this off air. We were talking about potential of Love being drafted by the Rams and how that could send like kind of mixed messages towards a guy that they just signed, what have you. So, I mean, you could also look at it another way. Not saying I would do this. I'm always trying to get better. That's always my biggest thing. But the Rams could have just said, you know what, we love our roster the way it is, and we are comfortable making this decision. But I'm sure between now and tomorrow, we are going to have plenty of stuff that comes out about this because this is a juicy topic, and the NFL, the media, this stuff gets crazy. So I'm sure we'll find out.
It's
some
not
stuff.
Great that the reporting right now from Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter and all these guys is basically about how this is puzzling.
Nope.
That's not a great sign. But let's move on to supers because we got so many, thankfully.
Yeah. No, it's what we call a good problem to have.
Yeah, good problem.
But, the Rams taking Ty Simpson at 13. I don't know if you watched Joe Girardi pressers. He used to be the manager for the New York Yankees. He would always say, it's not what you want. And it would be the funniest thing ever because Alexis, he would say it after they lost like 17-0. It'd be like the worst thing just happened. And he would just go, yeah, it's not what you want. And so he's like his own meme. That's how I feel right now. B Domingo 10. Thank you for the 10, the lemon. I wasn't expecting a quarterback. This year felt like the most likely they would draft a quarterback, but it would have to be in the first 3 rounds, and it'd have to be one of, if they don't draft Simpson, Aller, Nussmeier, or, well, they wouldn't have drafted Mendoza. So if they didn't draft any of those guys, I didn't think they were taking a quarterback. I think they were only taking one of the top guys this year, and I didn't necessarily agree with it unless it was Aller because of the traits. That's another thing. Say what you will about Aller, but like we're talking about a 6'5", cannon of an arm. I mean, I would have rather had that guy sitting behind Stafford than a 6'1", 211 guy who has a 1 year starting under his belt, looked good, really good, and then fell off a cliff at the second half of the season. I don't know. That's just me.
Torrey Holt with an all-timer reply, guys. Go to Twitter right now if you follow him.
Ooh, I want to see.
Look
Can
at
this
his
spider
reply
leave me alone? I really didn't do anything
Des
wrong.
Bryant.
Dat good. Oh my God.
It's all bad right now. When you got the nicest guys possible being like,
oh yeah, I mean he worships
horrifying.
the Rams. Didn't matter that they moved to LA. He still has his freaking Avi is a Rams helmet, and it's the new Rams helmet with the broken horn that it literally doesn't represent the team he played for at all. So yeah.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Cheddar Cheese, thank you for becoming a member. Really do appreciate you. Tyler Sweeney, thank you for the 2. NFL Network's first note under OCJ is Ramsiest wide receiver. Yeah.
We saw this way too late.
I'm sad about this.
Unfortunately.
Chuck 1-3, thank you for the broccoli. Gotta watch the
Thank you.
presser. McVay doesn't look happy. Really didn't mention anything good about him. Surprising about an offensive genius's taking a quarterback at 13. That's a great point.
He said nothing, and also Ty Simpson said that he has not ever met McVay in his interview after he got picked. He's never, I don't think he's talked to him or met him, which is fascinating and something worth...
I'm going to trust the process here. I'm not going to like it, but I'm going to trust it. But one thing I will say is if Les Snead causes Sean McVay to leave this organization, I'm going to be pissed. And I'm going to be loud about it because I've defended Les Snead. I was the one that said Sean McVay should keep Les Snead instead of firing him, letting him go. I gave him the benefit of the doubt with Fisher. But, man, if he pushed out, like if this was enough to push out McVay, and obviously this is just speculating. Like I don't even like doing this, but I'm just saying everything will be okay as long as it doesn't, lead to the end of Sean McVay. That's how I would say. Like
I think everyone should just watch the conference and decide for yourself.
Yeah, I'll decide for myself.
No, not you. I'm saying like people in the comments are like, I'm going to trust McVay and Snead no matter what. Hey, do you dudes? We're reporting on a video that came out that is very uncomfortable to watch, and you can watch it and think something else.
Interesting. P-Train comes in with the 5 here.
Thank you.
How about Rams trade Simpson to the Cardinals for their receiver Wilson? I would do that trade.
I would do it in my sleep.
I would turn into Flash himself if I had to do that trade. I mean, also, I love Michael Wilson. I loved Michael Wilson coming out of the draft because Stanford, he was a stud. He just his biggest issue was his health. But I loved his tape. And now he's becoming a star, and I feel just happy for him. Yes, I would do that trade in an instant. Cardinals don't want to trade with us, though. Their owner stepped in on that one. Over 7,000.
Was Ty Simpson drafted to trade to the Cardinals because we knew that they wanted him. So we needed leverage over them to get the receiver that we want.
Hey, I guess you never know.
Chess, not checkers, right?
That would be something else.
That would be crazy.
You know what else you could do? Just draft the guy you want at 13.
Yeah, you could have just drafted.
Or trade down. I don't know. Daddy Smurf coming in with the broccoli. At least Niners fans can't laugh at us considering the Trey Lance pick. That's true. They can't laugh. I still think Trey Lance could have been something and they never really developed. I mean, think about this. You give up 3 first-round picks to draft a quarterback that you give 6 starts to, and then you're convinced he's a bust, and now you just move off him. That's on you. I don't know how much that's on Trey Lance. 6 starts, you don't know anything about a quarterback. Steven, thank you for the broccoli. Do you think hiring Kingsbury, this was the plan all along?
No.
No, I don't. And I've heard this, by the way. I don't think Sean McVay is trying. I don't think he has 1 foot out, 1 foot in. I think Sean McVay wants to stay a long time. I think we got past that. I think when McVay got through his first really tough season and had to face the music, hey, not every single season is going to be a Super Bowl win. Not every single season is even going to be the playoffs. You're going to face adversity. He went through that. I think Baker Mayfield is a big reason why Sean McVay is still coaching, because I think going through that 2022 season really hardened him, and that's how I feel. So, yeah, I don't know. The Thief, thank you for the...
Thank you.
Call them tangerines. Yes, I do. I totally butchered that, but... Well, not my favorite first round. Neither is mine. But always my favorite place, this stream, to share in the ups and downs with everyone. Horns up. I don't know what's going on with my computer. Just totally went blank. Okay, here we go. Now to see what all the McVay presser talk is about. Yes, I look forward to that. Thank you so much for the kind words and the super. We appreciate you being here.
That's what always the silver lining is no matter how these drafts go, there's so many familiar faces that come back every year and hang out with us all weekend. And so it's we're all in this together, and we break news to you and you guys break news to us. Sometimes I am surprised, especially on days 3, Jake. It's that's where we find our news, mostly from you guys, because the NFL gets so
there's not a lot of professionalism on day 3, but there really shouldn't be when you're on film for 7 hours.
No, day 3 is just a lot of vibes.
How do you...
My voice is starting to go.
It's what's so bizarre to me is that you have what's his name? I totally blank on this guy's name. Scott Hansen. Think about our 7 hours, right? Scott Hansen does a 7-hour show where he's standing the entire time and he's just going through all the games, and the dude can barely even catch his breath. It's pretty crazy. Some people are just built for it. I think we're built for it, but maybe not on that level. MF Stave, thank you for the Baja. They will get their wide receiver 3. They know what they're doing. I hope so. And I do think they'll get one. It very well could end up being like a Stribling situation. It could also be tomorrow they trade up and they get their guy. Could be Denzel Boston. Could be a Chris Bell, Jeremy Bernard. Maybe it's Elijah Surratt. Maybe it's Ted Hurst. I mean, we don't know. They could also trade for somebody. They could sign Tyreek Hill, or they could sign Jawan Jennings. I mean, I don't really know what they're going to do, to be honest with you. I have no idea at this point in time. Did Stephon Diggs get signed yet, by the way?
No, but I mean, he's in the midst of like an incredible legal battle.
Yeah, like
so probably
they're
not.
waiting for that to iron out, like every team. But like, I wasn't sure if he was already signed or not.
No.
I heard he could still go back to the Patriots, and I guess they're supporting him through it, but no idea. Sore subject. I was curious because like I was like, I don't remember him signing. I mean, it's the same thing. I wouldn't really want Tyreek Hill because, yeah, I just not a great dude. But I Stomp Casuals for fun. Appreciate you. A member for 7 months. Really do appreciate the love there. And then we have Dodgers highlights coming in with the 5. Do we think they also made the Ty Simpson pick to keep him from the Cardinals? Most people mocked him going there, didn't they?
No,
I don't think so.
You don't sabotage your entire first round.
Yeah, no, that'd be insane. Not saying you're insane for, questioning
You're not
that,
insane
but
for asking that, but the Rams would be insane for doing that.
Yeah, I would be livid if that came out.
Yeah.
Sudi, thank you for the Baja. What about if we sign Jawan Jennings as a receiver? Well, Alexis and I have been saying we should do this for a while.
That.
So
the only thing there is if that price that he's rumored to be asking for is true, which I don't know. It could be. Maybe that's why he's not signed. But for the right price, yeah. Especially if you don't end up getting a receiver you really love or feel confident in, then yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Nate Atkins, who covers the Rams for The Athletic, really good, by the way. I've covered a lot of first-round pick pressers across 4 beats. This was by far the most muted I have ever seen a regime about the player they drafted.
McVay is going viral right now because of how visibly angry he is in that presser. So, again, everybody, watch it for yourself. We cannot play it here on the stream because of copyright.
I know, and the Rams probably still wouldn't copyright us, but we're not going to take the risk.
Let's not take the risk of...
I just wanted to give them some grace, like, because they've never copywritten me before.
Yeah,
so.
no, yeah, and it also, though, yeah, it's not worth the risk, but, like, if you have not watched the Snead McVay presser, I encourage everybody to go check it out right now on a different device than you're watching us on, of course.
Yeah.
But supers.
Yes. Bobby, thank you for the broccoli. This 13th pick, whether it's a wide receiver or Ty Simpson, is never a guarantee. Lemon or any of the others could be a bust as well, so it's all a crapshoot. I get what you're saying. I think when you draft a guy with tools, I think he has more of a chance of succeeding than a guy without tools. And so that's kind of my issue with Ty Simpson. Very limited tools quarterback. It's not like think about this. They drafted him at 13. Josh Allen was what, 10, 7, something like that. Patrick Mahomes was 10th. Those are guys that had tools. Like Josh Allen was as raw as can be. I didn't like Josh Allen. I didn't think he would work out. I did not like his tape at Wyoming. I did see him at the Senior Bowl and started to feel a little bit better about him, but never thought he was like a first-round talent. He ended up not only working out, he's probably the best quarterback in the NFL. I mean, maybe right now Matthew Stafford is, but point being, it's the tools for me. Like, I just can't really believe some of the guys that fell. I mean, Caleb Downs went 2 picks ahead of Ty Simpson. Caleb Downs is a potential generational talent. I mean, he's insane. Yeah, it's bizarre, but appreciate you as always. And then DJ Warhacks, thank you for the tangerine. This pick reminds me of last year when they didn't draft a cornerback. They hit us with, we are happy with what we got. And guess what? We didn't go to the Super Bowl because use of cornerbacks. Very interesting.
I mean, it is like we were talking about earlier. Unfortunately, this now becomes if the Rams don't get an offensive weapon high, right? If the second round goes haywire, third round goes a little crazy, you maybe you take a receiver really late, and then the Rams go into the next season and they start struggling offensively, or God forbid somebody gets hurt, and then Mumfield doesn't really perform, or Whittington or whoever. This then becomes a really big problem in a season where you're sitting there going, we knew that this was a need, and we knew that there was some question marks around depth at here, or maybe even at tackle. Jackson has a health history that's not great, right? He's had health issues, and our right tackle is now a starter, and he's been playing good, but maybe he regresses, and then you're sitting there going, who are you throwing in at tackle, or somebody gets injured? Like, there's just so many question marks. I just don't think the Rams are a team that have the depth to feel super confident in making this pick this year, in a year where you're supposed to win a Super Bowl. It's different when the Rams took Jared Goff, because they weren't Super Bowl favorites. That wasn't a season where there was so much on the line for them. There really wasn't anything crazy about taking a quarterback to sit in the first round or with the first pick. You knew it was a need. It was a much different situation, obviously. That's, you trade up for the first round pick. But it is just crazy to me that you consider yourself the Super Bowl favorite in an all-in season, and you don't get somebody to help reinforce that for you at pick 13 in the first round. It doesn't mean that Ty Simpson might not work in the future. To me, Ty Simpson is a pick that you make in a year where you're not 100% speed running to a Super Bowl. That is what is very unsettling to me about it, more so than just them being really in love with Ty Simpson.
Yeah, no, I get that. I honestly don't think we've ever talked about a pick more than this one.
Yeah. Next Super.
Yeah, this is crazy. I don't think we've ever talked about a pick this much. On Puppet Masters, just saying, hey, thank you for the broccoli. Appreciate the fiber. Need it in my diet. On Cody Bates, thank you for the tangerine. Fan of the pick. Packers sit and develop quarterback model works. Simpson dealt with a bad O-line, no run game in the SEC. Rams can still add a wide receiver 3 via the draft or trade. Puka and Kupp weren't drafted in first 2 rounds. So I actually like a lot of this, and I agree that model can work. But I also believe that we're talking about a different type of player, because Jordan Love was 6'4", 219 with a cannon of an arm. You saw the arm talent. I saw him at the Senior Bowl, right? I knew, while he wasn't my cup of tea, I didn't, necessarily think he'd be great. I had an idea that I was like, okay, this is why people like him, right? This is why he's probably going to go in the first round. I at least get it. I mean, you look at Jordan Love, and he was toolsy. And so that kind of coincides with my issues with Ty Simpson, is that he wasn't really toolsy, right? So, I don't know. It's one of those, I think Jordan Love was a really good overall prospect. Looking back on it, just the raw talent. Again, would I have drafted him? No. But that made more sense as a draft and stash. He's the same age as Anthony Richardson. I would have just rather traded for Anthony Richardson and just tried to make that work. I don't know. But appreciate you, Cody. Bobby, thank you for the 5. I mean, I'm with you all. But any rookie besides maybe Love or Tate is going to put us over the top. But I get it. Doesn't help us this year. No, it doesn't. Does not help. Once again, I have no idea what just happened. Okay. What's up, Jake? You got the next Purdy? How you feeling? Thank you for the Baja. I'm not feeling great. Because here's why the whole McVay part of that is so big. Because it's like, I have to try to be sold on this pick. And I'm trying to deal with it in real time. And all I'm thinking is, you know what? He's going to work out regardless of how I feel about this pick because it's McVay. If McVay didn't want him to begin with, I'm now very concerned. So I don't know if that's the case. I don't want to make that the case. Could just been an off day. He wasn't feeling himself, whatever. It's happened before. I've been there. You know, you ever get like asked, hey, are you mad at me? Nope. I'm just having a bad day. It's nothing you did.
That the video dropped of the phone call and that it is not. You know what? I'll let everybody, we won't get into it, but I'm hearing that it was a pretty damning phone call as well.
What?
Like McVay over the phone to Ty Simpson. Again, we haven't watched it. We're not going to do it on the feed. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. But thank you for the super.
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Created Fear. Thank you for the broccoli. Here late.
Thank you.
But what the hell was that Rams presser? It had such a weird vibe. Anyways, please get Ted Hurst or Deon Burks. I will say, Deon Burks is going to rub people the wrong way. And I did just say, I went on a rant on Twitter like probably a week ago, Alexis. I don't know if you saw it. And I basically said, I'm done with the small receivers. And this is not an indictment or anything against Tutu Atwell, because I don't believe the Rams ever gave him a chance to work. I just don't care anymore about these gadget guys. I've seen enough of them. Rams traded up 8 spots to get Tavon Austin. Devontae Adams was picked at the end of the first round, right? So like I'm over that. Excuse me, not Devontae, DeAndre Hopkins. Excuse me, DeAndre Hopkins. So I'm just over the gadget guys. That said, Deon Burks, while he's shorter in stature, he kind of reminds me a little bit. I mean, he's not as filled out as Zay Flowers, but kind of reminds me a little bit of Zay Flowers. Really good route runner. So I don't know if that makes a ton of sense for what I think the Rams really need a little bit. Yeah, Ted Hurst, very interesting.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see, but I like that.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Steve, with the Baja saying Jacoby Lane. That's all he's saying. So.
Yeah.
Hey.
That Jacoby Lane is like a third round guy to me. Like if the Rams end up not going receiver in the second, which I fully believe they should, unless the board goes crazy, you know.
I think they should go best player available. I don't want to see them like reach on Zachariah Branch, or I would be. That's true. That's now my like nightmare. If they draft Zachariah Branch at 61, I would be so
Let's just go
mad.
take Jonah Coleman, that running back out of Washington. Screw it.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
Like, oh my God, could you imagine?
I'm not going to say my nightmare anymore. The last time somebody asked me, what's your nightmare scenario? It actually came true. So I'm just not even going to go there anymore.
Mine was Jeremiyah Love going to the Cardinals and Jadarian Price going to the Seahawks. And that's exactly what happened.
Oh, my God.
Oh my
Aaron.
God.
Thank you for the broccoli. Sean looks like he's about to call Diana. Okay. Diana Rousse's husband's PI. Oh, man. In all seriousness, he's pissed. Yeah.
He is. I have watched without sound, albeit, but it is like unbelievably insane how his demeanor is in that press conference.
And you can't do like when you're constantly at this, and then you're just any bit below. It's like you're setting yourself up. So
I don't think he knows how to be fake like that. Like, I mean, I think he does, but he doesn't. I think he is just that angry that he's like, I don't even want to try to hide it.
It has disappeared, which I don't know if to be happy or concerned.
Trust. He's protecting you.
Okay. Well, yeah, hopefully. Anthony, thank you for the broccoli. Ty Simpson will win the Super Bowl for us this season. I hope not. I'm
I
I'm a
hope not,
huge
because
I'm a
I
huge
don't.
Stafford fan. I watched this guy get beaten to shit in Detroit. I actually liked Detroit back when I watched him. And then, of course, everything happened afterwards, and I couldn't stand them. I saw the way they booed him, his kids, all that, whatever. Stafford deserves to have a happy ending. I know he won the Super Bowl, but he's also the only quarterback in Super Bowl history to throw 3 touchdowns, win the game, and not win Super Bowl MVP. So I still feel like even though he won the MVP last year, there's still people saying you shouldn't have won it. This is a Rams karma for Stafford winning Super. It's like, dude, whatever. But anyway, appreciate you. I don't want to see that. I'll wait to see Ty Simpson. If Stafford wants to play until the end of time, I'm okay with that. Second plane hit the Browers. Thank you for the 5. Sneed didn't say F them picks. He said F this pick. F it hard. Damn. 808 Niner. Appreciate you. Don't be mad, Jake. Kyle and John light picks on fire multiple times was every year. But LOL at 13. WTF. Yeah, we don't really know. Banker Elpris, thank you for the Baja. What wide receivers, offensive line, or edges should we target tomorrow? Let's see here. So wide receivers said edge and offensive line. Well, Pregnon is still there. He's a stud. And tackle, you still got Tiernan.
I think he said what wide receivers. OL or edges. Okay, I'm gonna make sure.
Yeah. So
I'm talking out loud.
I mean, Sam Heck, do you know I like him?
Mm-hmm.
Connor
I like
Liu.
Jake Slaughter. But I
Jake
know I'm higher on
Slaughter.
him.
Logan Jones, I actually came away. He graded out as my top center. I don't know. There's something about those Iowa guys, man. But right now, the best available is Denzel, or excuse me, I didn't add edge. Wait, can I show this? I'm pretty sure I can show this. Let's see. Oh, it just gets rid of Alexis. Okay, there we go.
Or does it?
She just popped back. She hacked the system. She's like, "Oh, you're gonna leave me out?" No. I understand how small that is, so let's make that not as small. Okay, there we go. So, if we, I don't know why I have to do this again, but just so you guys have an idea of what we're looking at tomorrow here. Cassius Howell's still there. Parker, Boston. You got Pregnon. Zion Young, you were talking about, Alexis. He's still there. Chris Bell, R. Mason Thomas, Chase Basantis, Jeremy Bernard. All right, out of these guys, who's really standing out to you from each position, would you say?
So at wide receiver, I feel like it's got to be. And guys, again, my voice might go soon. I have been battling.
I know,
really
she's been a
bad virus,
trooper tonight. This is the longest we've ever gone.
This is like.
For day one, anyway.
So I apologize if my voice just all of a sudden goes. I've been trying. So Denzel Boston is like the guy for me tomorrow, I think, at receiver. Ted Hurst. I don't know if you're wanting me to comment on these guys right here, like just in general, Jake. I don't know that I would take Ted Hurst in the second round. I'm blanking on, there's another receiver that I like. Oh my God, why am I blanking on his name? I do like Antonio Williams out of Clemson, but like I don't love him. I like Elijah Surratt. Wouldn't be upset if they went Surratt's. Chris Bell out of Louisville would be really interesting. They've taken a Louisville receiver before.
I wonder if the ACL tear will have him fall to 61, because I honestly think that would be a great value pick. Oh, my bad. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I wish I could like filter it. Oh, I really like K'Ron Crawford. That's one of my guys. I like Crawford a lot if they go edge. Yeah, I'm fine. I like CJ Daniels too, by the way, but I see him as like a 4th round guy. I would say, I still say Kyle Lewis, I think, is going to be a Ram. I stand by it. I felt this way for a while. He was in both my mock drafts because I did a mock draft to trade down and trade up. Did not ever do it. I did not do a mock draft of staying at 13 and picking a quarterback. So sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out on the fly. But yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, I think Chris Bell falls to 61 because of the knee.
Yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate you, banker.
Thank you.
Always throwing out these awesome supers that are like thought provoking. I'm pretty sure, maybe I'm wrong on this one, but banker might have been the one that asked us who was most likely to fall, who's most likely to make the round 1 that no one was talking about. So, all right, we're almost at the end here. Then you can get some rest. I'm a little worried about you, looking at you over there.
I'll be all right.
Trooper. All right. So we got PT. Thank you for the 2. Is it possible the Rams are still in on AJ Brown? No, that ship has sailed.
No, that's gone.
It was very likely, and then it kind of fell apart. And yeah, it's not. It's not going well. All right, Steven, thank you for the 2. Meant hiring Kingsbury to develop Ty was the plan. That's a different story. I think no, because I don't think that they knew ahead of time they wanted Ty.
No, and I don't think McVay did. And I think the Kingsbury hire was a McVay thing.
Yeah. So. Yeah, no, definitely. I have heard, though, there is a feeling, and I don't buy this, but I've heard from other people, not my main sources, but I've heard from other people that the way the league interpreted the Kingsbury hire, like, ears perked up because they're like, oh, what if Stafford retires? Sean's gone, and then Kingsbury just kind of slides right in there as the head coach.
Well, after McVay's reaction tonight, seems like that could be a likely scenario.
Lewis, appreciate the 5. You guys talk so much about McVay's expression, but did you even watch him talk about their pick? No, I still have to do that.
I watched it with captions. I did not listen to it because I've been doing this. So, yeah, kind of. I didn't listen to it with audio, but I did watch it with captions and transcript.
I mean, I would watch it, but here's the problem. Alexis needs to get to bed. I see it, and I appreciate
guys.
what you're doing. But you're doing the flu game right now, and we gotta wrap this thing up. So, Alex, thank you for the Baja. What made Jake more sick, Subway or Simpson at 13? That's close, man.
That is a tough one.
Subway emptied me out. Gone. Mind, body, soul. Just gone. Moss or Maze USA. Guys, watch the call. McVay seemed much happier than the comment section would have you believe. Let's not confirmation bias the heck out of it. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'll tweet about it, whatever. But yeah, no, definitely wild. But appreciate the super. And then last super here coming from Exile. Appreciate the lemon. Crazy night, but we'll see how this pick goes. Always supporting you guys. Alexis, such a trooper. Jake, thanks for supporting the 916 Rams tailgate party at the 49ers game in San Francisco last season. Oh, absolutely. I appreciate you having us. That was a blast. And then Alexis could use a Subway cleansing. Oh, no.
No, I need my face and my chest, all my congestion. I need to go take a shower with I bought those Vicks vapor tablets for the shower, so you basically put it on the floor of your shower and then it steams up.
Oh, I'm jealous.
And so I did that this morning to clean out my sinuses, and it kind of helped. But I also took some steroids today. They prescribed me steroids.
Oh, wow. So you can't participate in the MLB.
No, which is unfortunate because that was my plan for this weekend was on Sunday to go from the draft stream down to Wrigley and relief pitch. But
Or
no
starting
long
pitch for the Cardinals. They could use you.
I could be a starting pitcher for the Cardinals. You're right.
It's not ideal right now. It's not what you want,
Yeah.
as Joe Girardi would say.
Yeah.
Philip, thank you for the
Thank you.
tangerine here. If the Rams hit on Simpson, lock in that rookie quarterback deal. Now you've got the flexibility to build the roster just like McVay did with Goff 2017-19. Trying to find a positive. Appreciate you both and the content as well. Very, very good point. And I look forward to being able to kind of dissect, put everything into like an organized video of my thoughts. Because obviously this is just live reaction. Now that he is officially a Ram, I'm going to watch more than 6 games of him throwing the football, and I'll have more of an idea. Although, how many games did he really play? I don't think he played every game. He got hurt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got hurt. So it's like, I think he just play through it. Let's see. He played. I give up. This is way too difficult. Screw it. All right, guys. We appreciate you. This has been a pleasure and a privilege. Still over 7,000 total
Still
watching. Yeah, I know.
I have to go on. No, I do really appreciate everybody watching and for bearing with us. And as Jake and I kind of talked about a little bit at the beginning of the stream, like it is just really cool how this draft stream has become such a cultural thing. And like, that's a big word for this. You know, I'm not trying to be dramatic, but it's become such a like societal, like in our little community, it's become such a big event. And like I had my cousin who isn't a Rams fan and who I haven't talked to in unfortunately too long of a time, texts me, and he watches every year. He's a Packers fan, but he tunes in. People I used to work with tune in and watch, even though they're not Rams fans. And like a lot of people from the NFL Twitter community come to our stream, to watch because they love the vibes here and they love hanging out and chatting. And so I'm getting a ton of messages from people saying, tune in your stream like I do every year. And so it is really cool. And so yes, there's all these emotions, and obviously we are a Rams podcast, so we are very hyper fixated on what the Rams do during these drafts. So we spend most of our time, we spend a lot more time on Rams picks than we do other teams picks naturally, especially when it's like something like super out of left field and we need to dissect it and want to analyze it right away. But it is really, really nice and fun that we get to interact with a lot of other fan bases during the NFL draft stream, and that people come hang out with us and we get to kind of all experience a big event in the sports community together in like real time. And this is our 8th one, guys. And this is like, Jake, our first one was in Jake's parents' basement in 2019. We were like sharing a tiny little desk, and we were using like
still using that desk.
Yeah, it's the same desk that you have.
Yeah. Somehow it made the trek over here.
And we had a Logitech little, I don't know if it was Logitech, but it was like one of those like cameras that you mount.
Yes.
It was like a webcam. And I remember we were like streaming.
We didn't use a DSLR camera.
No, it was pinned on your computer. And it was like, I remember we were streaming on Facebook Live.
Oh my God.
And like my Papa Eddie, rest in peace, was watching, and like my like friend's mom would like tune in and watch, and it was like, oh my God, people are actually tuning in to watch us. And we had like 200 people watching, or we had like 100 people at one point. Like it was very like Downtown Rams early days. And now we've got like 7,000, and like I don't know what the final number is gonna be, Jake. At the end of the night, of how many people have just tuned in collectively from different accounts across platforms. It'll be more than that because we also are on, streaming everywhere. So I don't know what that number will look like, but I mean, it's crazy. We now actually have real cameras.
I know. Isn't it
I have a
nice?
desk. Everyone, it's so fun. Everyone who's mad about my setup all the time, I gave it to you. I don't have the background you want, but I've got a desk right here with my laptop on it, so I'm not looking down. No one pointed it out.
It looked good. It was a real production today.
It's a real production, but yeah, we've got real cameras. Like it is really fun just to see where we've come over the past 8 years. And the Rams. We've covered a Rams Super Bowl win. We've covered a lot of really horrifying times, unfortunately.
Yes.
It's been really fun, and we are going to be doing this again tomorrow and on Saturday. And Saturday is like the really interesting day. The Saturdays,
Pizza will be assumed. Yeah.
Pizza, that's our tradition. We order pizzas. I unfortunately order like a pizza that is really controversial that I keep ordering because I did it one year and everybody was so distraught about it that now I have to order it every year.
Do you even like it at this point?
Stand on business. I do like it. I do, but it's like I can't not order it now because it's become such a like I get cooked by hundreds of people at one time as I'm eating about what I'm eating. And in defiance, I'm going to keep ordering a pineapple and a black olive pizza.
That's insane.
I'm not going to back down now. Like, you know what I mean? Like it has to keep happening. But yeah, guys, I mean, in terms of the Rams, as we wrap this up, Jake and I will have an episode of Downtown Rams next week or the week after and dissect that pick more. We'll be focusing more so on the draft as it happens. When we do, like tomorrow night, we're not gonna deep dive into Ty Simpson most likely, and maybe Saturday when there's dead periods and whatever. But we'll do a full episode on Ty Simpson and the other picks. So yeah, it was definitely crazy. I don't think it was expected. But
Nope.
We'll see, guys. There's a lot of draft left.
Now, Alex coming in with the Baja. We shall now call AK's Pizza the Ty Simpson. Oh, that's brutal.
Don't put that on him.
Poor man.
And don't put that on my pizza.
You guys are going to have me rooting for Ty Simpson like he is a relative of mine at this point because I feel so bad for him. I really do. Like, I'm not just saying that. This isn't what, like, always remember, guys, when you hate the pick. Don't hate the player. Player's not. Player is celebrating the biggest point of their entire life. Ty Simpson just got drafted into the NFL in the first round. And he is only one of 3 quarterbacks the Rams have ever taken in the first round. So it's a big deal. It
is, and I feel like the Rams socials should turn the replies off. They won't, but like...
No, they won't, but they should, yeah.
It's not fair.
It's not what you want. By the way, 15,000 views for the show on YouTube. I have no idea what the rest of it is, but 15,000 on YouTube, we will take that all day.
Yeah. We'll take it.
Well,
Don't air that one.
Yeah, I'm not going to air that, but I appreciate the super.
Thank you.
Good thing I was like on the spot. You know what I mean? I was like, okay, yeah, we're not going to do that.
I mean, so 15,000 across YouTube, and then we've got Twitch and Twitter, and we'll get all those numbers out and see if we broke a night one record. I feel like we did. I don't remember what night one was last year.
Yeah, I don't remember either. I'll have to go back to like I don't even know if I posted it either.
I posted it.
Okay.
I can tell you.
You find it, let me know.
We broke a record last year.
I'll compile. How about that?
Last year, guys, we hit... Oops, I'm on the wrong... This is why I do Instagram highlights on my personal Instagram. Because I need to remember big events. And if I have a big event, they're usually on my Instagram story. At Alexis Kraft on Instagram. Go shoot me a follow. Hashtag promotion. Okay. So last year during the draft on night one, we hit 15K across all platforms.
Oh, so we might slaughter that.
We're going to break that because we hit 15K tonight just on YouTube. So
Just on mine too. I mean,
go
maybe there's a
team.
chance yours and the one that we don't even really use.
We don't even use the Downtown Rams channel.
Yeah.
High five, guys. We did it.
Boom.
Boom. Ready, Jake? Time it. 1, 2, 3. I think it was off.
I think
We'll
it
cut
worked.
that out. We can cut that out.
No, we can't. You think I'm going back and editing that little
That's how
part
this
in
works,
this
right? If we don't like
4-hour, 38-minute production? There's no chance.
Well, this is the shortest night of them all.
I know. Exile, appreciate you. Off to the next round, you guys. Oh, that's Kenny. Okay.
Thank you,
See,
Kenny.
this is what I
Kenny.
hate. We got to know everyone's name. It was awesome. And then YouTube went around and was like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put usernames. Like, what is at this, at that? There's people that never even put theirs in there, so they just have like a randomly generated one. It's like, that's somebody that I got to know over 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And you just like erase their existence from my page. I don't like it. So, yeah.
Well, guys, I do think we're gonna wrap it up here in a few minutes.
No, we'll wrap it up here now. You need to go get some rest.
I need to go take some meds, go to bed. And we've got a long night tomorrow night for rounds 2 and 3. We'll be back. We will be live streaming all day Saturday. So I know people might be out and about on Saturday, but if you've got some downtime, tune in. We'll be hanging out, having pizza. We do announce the picks as they come in as well on Friday and Saturday. So if you want to hear where the picks are coming in, do that. But guys, if you like what you hear, as always, please like and subscribe. You can follow us on social media at Downtown Rams on all platforms. So please go give us a follow there. You can follow me on Twitter/X at the Alexis Kraft. You can follow Jake at JKBogan. We also are both on Instagram. My username is at Alexis Kraft with a K. Jake is at JKBogan. Guys, we will be back tomorrow night. I believe it starts at 7 Eastern, so an hour earlier. So we'll be going live then. We'll be hanging out. We'll be covering all the picks, not just the Rams. So hang out with us and talk draft and football on Friday night, and we'll be back Saturday. We appreciate all 15K plus of you for tuning in tonight. It really means a lot to us. We love doing this. It's so much fun. Through the highs and the lows, really, truly, it's so fun. We look forward to doing this every year, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. And guys, it is a Rams podcast, so I'm going to sign off the way I always do on Downtown Rams. Stay safe, take care, and go Rams.